Guess I need to make a report to the building inspector.
You're juggling all that's not 80 code compliant.
Lovely 8-stall, brand new building inspector.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're ready to begin our deliberations for the evening. And we will begin with reports from the dais. So, Bill or Mr. Paul?
Sure. Yeah, I don't have like a whole lot to report. There is a next BOV meeting's not until December, so I think I already reported on the September one. Just quick updates on a few projects that are going on around grounds. I could start with I guess the library. The main library actually is nearing completion. It got its temporary occupancy permit, which is a big milestone, so they can start, occupying the building and bringing stuff in like books and things like that. But that it should open to some extent, but mostly fully by April timeframe, I would think. Contemplative Commons, which is also over that way, is also nearing completion. I don't know the exact date on that, but winter or spring 2024. Brandon Avenue housing, we're building a new residence. I wouldn't call it a residence hall because it's apartment style living, but there's going to be 330 beds, give or take, in there, plus dining. That will be ready for fall occupancy, though.
Will that be undergrad or is
Undergraduate, yeah,
undergrad,
not first year,
second
but second, third, fourth year,
okay.
yeah. And then data science, again, is also nearing completion for 2024, so that should be open summer time frame. The hotel and conference center, which you'll see under construction over at the Ivy Corridor, is Q2, 2025.
And what is the
mid-2025.
motif for that? Is that going to be the UVA red brick sort of motif, or?
It's a little more modern looking than that. They've got kind of I think it's a precast system that has a lot of glass and brick to it. But yeah, it sits further back on the site. So, but yeah, it's a more modern look, definitely with some brick. Karsh Institute for Democracy, which is right near there, that's less far along. That's still in design, and that's should be 2026 before that one's done. And then moving on, sorry, we got a lot going on, as you probably know, driving The football operations building, which is over by JPJ, kind of across the Massey from there, that is also going along great and should be done in the spring of 2024 as well. And then the Olympic sports building is also started over there, but that's going to be further out for completion. So, yeah, so those are the main ones. I mean, there's more going on. One thing that's really exciting, it's a smaller project, but the western side of McCormick Road has recently gone through a redesign. It used to be like a landing strip of pavement. They've made it a 2-lane road with really wide sidewalks to accommodate the heavy traffic on pedestrian traffic.
That's cool.
During class changes. It looks really great. So, yeah.
Mr. Bob.
Thanks. I had one meeting. It was the Tree Commission, met last Thursday on the 9th. And some of the things we discussed and looked at were first contractors, the contractors watering the new plantings effort was complete. It helped us save a lot of the newly planted trees. And the contractor was awarded a bid to install 186 trees within the city on public properties along various parks. Historically, this contractor had a low 5 to 10% tree mortality rate, so it seems promising. CATS, the Charlottesville area tree stewards, are going to install 22 trees at Reeves Park this week or next. And then through the invasive species control efforts, mulching, goats, all that, we had reclaimed about 12 acres of land, in which 900 seedlings are going to be planted between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and those are going to be at Fry Springs, Forest Hill Park, Azalea, and the Rivanna Trail section between Jordan Park and 5th Street Station. Kind of going along with that, an invasives information sheet is going to be mailed out or included as part of the Parks and Rec mailer that goes around to help people identify invasives if they see them in their own backyard. As we know, most of the city's green space is privately owned, so we'll need everyone's help in this effort to combat invasives and preserve our tree canopy. Another round of intensive tree work is going to happen on the downtown mall mid-January, looking to prune all the trees to remove deadwood 2 inches and over, and I believe there might be one tree removal. And we looked at the state of the forest report, and we're just trying to prepare that as it comes out early next year.
Cool.
That's it for me.
Mr. Yates. Mr. Stolzenberg.
Let's see. I attended a meeting of my first meeting of LUPEC, the joint committee between UVA Charlottesville and Albemarle. There was a presentation from the UVA Foundation on, two presentations. One on their North Fork development plans up by the airport. They're planning to build 1,400 units, quite a lot of units. And sort of split into a bunch of different blocks of some multifamily, some single family, some duplexes or townhomes. And then they also presented on the ongoing effort to provide land for affordable housing projects. As you'll recall, there are 3 sites. One of them is North Fork. Once that rezoning is done, that's kind of set off for later. The other is Wortland behind Stacy Hall over on Main Street, the old Sears, and then the other is Piedmont Family Housing, which currently hosts grad students and professors. And we can expect, depending on the final outline of the plan, so they have awarded, or they've, I don't think they've signed contracts, but they've figured out what developer's going to do each of them. The one in the city on Wortland will be a group out of, I think, Baltimore called Preservation of Affordable Housing. And they'll be building, depending on the final configuration, about 120 to 152 units. And then over on Piedmont, it should be about 300 units, but that's right over the county line. So sure we'll hear more as those plans develop. And I think we can probably expect that at least the city developer will come to the city to ask for subsidy for funding.
Mr. Durancio.
Right, so, let's see, HAC met the 18th at noon. This commission knows the results of that meeting because they were presented in our meeting on the 18th at 5 o'clock. That was tweaking on the ordinance. Also met on the 6th, generally for the same purpose, and we ran afoul of the insufficient number of people in the room to actually conduct business. So we had a quick and dirty on yesterday to ratify and finalize all of that. That having to do with some of that being presented to council last night by Sunshine Mathan. Then TJ PDC met on November 2nd. Bulk of that meeting was taken up with the accountant and the audited financials review. Two items there of sort of tangential interest in other business. One is moving towards an agreement regarding the Virginia Department of Health's SWAP program, which is Septic Well Assistance Program. This was funded through ARPA. The idea being if you're up to 200% in poverty, the poverty line, you can apply for funds to deal with failing septic. The Department of Health took an enormous number of applications in that they tentatively approved because it met the criteria during 2022, and then discovered that it's a little difficult to get an individual well contractor 250 miles away to commit to how you're going to handle that. So they fired off a distress flare to the regional planning districts to actually administer the program so that they could find local contractors and such. Having said all that, there are 5 in this district that were identified, one of which is in the city of Charlottesville for a failed septic. The other program was they are going to be providing support, assistance, and counseling, probably in every sense of the word, to the town of Mineral in their comprehensive plan update. I saw the scope of work on that, and I am green with envy for the people of the town of Mineral of how they're going to go through that process. I think that covers most of it.
Great. Mr. Schwartz.
My only report is BAR meeting last month. I don't think we had any items on the agenda, so we basically just discussed how we're going to go about updating our guidelines.
Very good. Excellent. All right. I had a couple, 3 meetings. Parks and Rec met, and we got a presentation, a kickoff presentation from the folks that are going to be developing the comprehensive Parks and Rec master plan. And that presentation was from someone we know, Mike Steves. I think he was the director, 2005 through 2009, and he's actually going to be leading the effort. So the good news is somebody that knows us is going to be helping to actually think through the comprehensive plan for Parks and Rec. The Key Center roof is replacing that is ahead of schedule. It might even be finished by now, but it was definitely ahead of schedule a couple weeks ago. We recently purchased an 8-acre tract of land, and that 8-acre tract of land runs along Moores Creek and Azalea Park. And I sent you guys a copy of what that looks like. You should get the email, just what the scan looks like. And it's we actually only had to put up $8,000 for it. The rest of the money was put up by the Land Water Conservation Fund to help us get that. So we will be working to develop that and integrate that into our Parks and Rec portfolio. Met with the city manager to talk about the capital improvement program. We've got a work session on November 28th.
Correct.
Where we're going to get a chance to look at that. I've copied you guys on the draft. If you guys would take a look at the draft, and if you guys would get back to me by midday tomorrow, with any questions you've got or any input that you want to provide, let me know. I'll meet with the budget organization tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I think. Based on the city manager's priorities, and these could be readjusted by council, but the most important things in this line are safety, meeting any legal requirements, sidewalks, ADA, and housing for the homeless. Those are the things that he's really focused on. But again, please take a look at that budget and let me know if there's anything in there you want. Good news, invasive species is in there, so we got that in there this year without having to fight for it. Let's see, then Lyle, James, Warren, Sam, and Chris Henry and I met. And that conversation was about something that they're doing in Richmond. It's called the Affordable Housing Grant. End of the day, it's nothing more than rebates and tax credits to incentivize the development of affordable housing. Mr. Freeze has the to-do to begin helping us to organize our thinking around what we might want to do with that in Charlottesville. And in fact, I think he's going to use the HAC as a sounding board in the beginning, Mr. DeRazia, for that. Ms. Creasy, anything from NDS?
Sure. So I did want to remind everybody, we do have the work session. It'll be the 28th, last Tuesday of the month, fourth Tuesday of the month. And it'll be specific to the CIP. So we've already talked about that, so I won't go into any more depth. I'll note that we are continuing work with council on the development code and zoning map. We had a work session yesterday. Our next work session is November 29th, and that's going to be discussion on the zoning map itself. The public hearing for that, for council, is scheduled for December 5th, starting at 4 o'clock and continuing until everyone has had an opportunity who would like that opportunity. The mailings and advertisements and all of those kinds of things are out and in the works, and we've had some releases go out on that information as well. And then council has designated December 13th as another date if they need deliberation, if they're not prepared to make a decision on the 5th. And also consider December 18th as well. So we have a number of upcoming timeframes for working with the zoning code.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. All right. We are ready to open up for matters to be presented by the public. In this session, we're going to be talking about things that are not on the formal agenda. So we're not going to be talking about the verb. We're not going to be talking about Langford. We're not going to be talking about Ivy Road. It's other things that we do. And we've got a hard stop at about 6 o'clock. So any comments we don't get in before 6, we'll have to revisit after all the other public hearings are happening. Ms. Creasy, would you like to moderate?
Sure. Provide instructions. We will take in-person and comments by Zoom. We will alternate at this point in time, and each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. And we'll begin with in-person. Do we have anyone who would like to speak in person? All right, we'll start there. Come on up to the microphone.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Deb Jackson. My husband and I own and live on Douglas Avenue property that abuts the north side of the proposed Belmont condominium development. There are 3 issues that I wish to speak about. The first one is that on the current plan, the outflow water pipe from the stormwater management system will empty water onto our property. There's a history of flooding in our backyard when the stream backs up, and as there is an opportunity now to change the direction of the outflow and avoid backup flooding in the future, it's prudent to do so. And I cite there's a legal precedent in 1974, 17 Inc. versus Pilot Life Insurance Company. Surface water is common enemy that may be fended off by each landowner, but landowner may not collect surface water into artificial channel and pour it upon land of another to his injury. We request that the developer flip the pipe to empty the water onto the adjacent property to the east of where the outflow is currently planned. My second topic, we wonder how will the 20-foot cement block retaining wall on the north side of the development be constructed without trucks and other building equipment trespassing onto our property? We request that the developer inform all demolition and construction personnel to respect the limits of demolition and monitor these limits so as not to trespass on our property. This is also relevant to abutters on Spruce Street because they don't have any buffer between their property and the Belmont condominium site. And my third comment is that the engineering firm that assessed the plan, the company is ECS Mid-Atlantic LLC, commented several times in their report that they do not recommend blasting the rock in this area during the site preparation. We wonder how homeowners on the adjacent properties can be assured that there will be no blasting. Under what circumstances might the city council approve a blasting permit? Is that something that the city has gone through a few years ago and is very important to us? So those are my concerns. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to our next speaker. We'll go with our virtual speaker, and for any virtual speakers out there, you can raise your hand in the application. If you're on the phone line, you would hit *9, which would raise your hand. Our first online speaker, Elsa Spencer. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm Elsa Spencer. I own a house on Chestnut Street, which connects to Carlton Ave and also to Spruce Street, which Spruce Street will connect to Conifer Drive, I think, in the new Belmont condominiums development. So I wanted to speak about basically one thing, partly as a resident and partly as a mom. I have two teenagers who live with me. The 19, almost 20-year-old who lives with me has autism spectrum and attention issues. He had an IEP when he went through the public school system here, and he walks to work. They're not ready to drive because of those kind of issues. They walk down Carlton Ave and Carlton Road several times a week for that. They walk over to catch the bus by Clark Elementary, where they're a student at PVCC several times a week. My other teenager, we walk and bike. I myself bike to work at PVCC. So we use those roads a lot, and I'm concerned about, well, I'd like to make a request, I guess, that when there's the pre-site disturbance meeting, I understand there's going to be one with the developer to go over traffic issues, and I'd like to request just that the residents be notified about the meeting, and that the developer formulates the safety plan for the construction of the roads and the houses. Make sure we know that it's the developer's responsibility for that. I'd like to ask that we minimize the through traffic through our Spruce Cherry Chestnut Myrtle block. It's never been a through road. We have 16 kids and 16 dogs that live in that area, and the kids are not used to through traffic. We understand there's going to be a lot of traffic, but we just want to make sure that the developer has a safety plan for those construction vehicles. Apart from the construction vehicles, I understand we're anticipating like an additional 900 or so car trips a day down Carlton Ave between Moss Restaurant and the Carlton Road stoplight. That intersection of Carlton and Carlton is already problematic. It's a commercial loading zone for the Red Lantern and Cactus restaurants. I have some pictures, if I can send you guys my comment, but big trucks unloading, cars get impatient, waiting to pass for the one direction traffic flow. So my request would be that the city devote some time and resources towards traffic calming measures on that section of Carlton Ave between Carlton Road and the outlet of the Belmont condos. So that's it.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any additional in-person speakers for matters from the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to our virtual audience. Kat Meyer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You may
All right.
begin.
Well, thank you so much for taking my comments. And yes, I'm Deb Jackson's neighbor, so I am in accordance with her concerns as far as the groundwater runoff. And I'm grateful that in the plans they were looking towards climate change. So I think some of the usual precedents that we have been going on really may not take hold in the coming decade. So I think looking at long-term planning, really taking a serious look at where that water is going. And even, off to the other property, there's culverts that are even further downstream that have been compromised by different storms. So I would really hope that the engineers really take a good look at some of these considerations. Again, reiterating the other comment about traffic. I know we throw numbers about, but if wherever you all live, if you can imagine next year, 900 more cars are going to be coming into your neighborhood, that is really pretty unfathomable. So one of my suggestions, and we've been trying to do this without much success, is right in front of Belmont Market, which is closed, and in front of the restaurants. Obviously, there has to be delivery and, different trucks for business. But if all of that parking can be removed down Carlton, I know that's a really sensitive issue. But already it's a one lane turning off of Douglas either way. And when you have the large construction trucks and people that aren't familiar with the patterns, I'd really, really appreciate if there can be any look, even if it's temporary halting of parking along Monticello Road, down Carlton. It's really, really dangerous as it is, and I'm just so grateful nothing has happened at this point. And then my last point is, and I know there's timing and schedules and construction protocols, but the light pollution for the neighborhoods is going to be pretty extravagant because this is really built high. If there is any way that they can begin the peripheral green planting sooner to give these trees a little more time to grow, and we love working with the Charlottesville tree stewards. If there's any way we can look to what are the best, native, even magnolias, some fast-growing evergreens that'll be healthy, just working in that cooperative way to really prevent, some of the local light disturbance that'll be coming from that. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, do we have any in-person speakers for matters from the public? Okay, do we have any additional virtual speakers? If so, raise your hand in the application. All right, Chair, it appears we're done with speakers for now.
We are now closing matters from the public. And I'm now gaveling us out of the Planning Commission and gaveling us into the ECRB.
Consent agenda?
Mhm. What?
Consent agenda?
What?
First.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with my usual caveat on the minutes.
I can't believe we haven't gotten that right yet.
I'll second.
Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposition? Any abstentions? Okay, the consent agenda is approved.
Gavel back out.
Okay, now let me gavel us back into the ECRB. All right, so we're now in the ECRB and we're now out of the Planning Commission. And the topic is 1709 Jefferson Park Avenue. And this would be an entrance corridor review.
2 minutes. Don't we just have 2 minutes to do this?
Got a minute and a half, Jeff.
We're good.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. We're good.
Got it.
Okay. We don't have a quorum yet. We do have a quorum. We're good. We're fine.
Okay.
My wife wants me home early tonight. Good evening, Jeff Warner with the city. I'm the city's preservation and design planner, and I'm here in my capacity tonight as the staff for the Entrance Corridor Review Board, which is you all. Tonight presenting a request for a certificate of appropriateness for the development of 1709 Jefferson Park Avenue. 1709 JPA is within the Fontaine Avenue Jefferson Park Avenue entrance corridor. Currently on the site is a 4-story brick apartment building that was constructed in 1972. That structure will be raised for this development. This COA request is for a proposed 8-story apartment building with a footprint of approximately 70 feet wide by 100 feet deep into the parcel. As you recall, back in October, City Council approved a special use permit for this site, which increased the residential density of the parcel, and that included increasing the maximum building height to 70 feet, reducing the front setback on JPA to 18 feet, and reducing the side yard setback to 5 feet, which will likely only affect that one corner towards the front. This is a brick and metal panel building that will feature a 6-story tower set atop a 2-story podium. The primary facade, which is oriented to JPA, steps back at the 3rd and 8th story. And at street level, incorporated into the podium is the primary pedestrian entrance and the vehicular entrance into the enclosed garage. The design is generally consistent with the design guidelines relative to the architectural design, form, and style, consistent relative to building placement, materiality, and color palette, and relative to the streetscape, landscape, and site design. The height was established by special use permit, but it is consistent with the trend of recently constructed and improved buildings on JPA, which are becoming taller than the older structures. The new building also reflects a trend of larger footprints and reduced front setbacks. Along this section of JPA, side yard setbacks and spacing between buildings vary widely, so there's nothing typical, nor is a trend emerging. The project features variation in materiality and color palette with the brick and metal panels, canopies, railings, doors, and windows. The facades and elevations are articulated with projecting and recessed balconies, step backs again at the 3rd and 8th floors. Street level landscaping and hardscaping mitigate the perception and visual impact of the building's height, mass, and scale. And the on-site parking will be concealed within the building, which is a solution consistent with the design guidelines. And while the entrance to the garage is a prominent element of the primary facade, it's the only location viable for that entrance. And the only issue that I think you all, or I propose you might want to discuss tonight, is the treatment of the side yard retaining walls from the front to the back, or from the back to the front towards JPA. This is a project, this parcel is on a steep grade. It drops over 50 feet within the parcel's 100-foot depth. And as a result, the side yards feature tall concrete retaining walls. And from the street level, as a pedestrian, they're obscured by landscaping and limited sight lines. But from elsewhere on JPA, they're generally obscured by trees in the building and also the topography. However, if you all feel that further mitigation is necessary, and particularly at the rear segments of these walls, that'd be the back walls, not the sides, staff's recommendation is to plant at grade at that back wall, above the wall segments, to plant cascading plants suitable for that location, and with a condition that the plants are maintained and do not encroach onto the building. The other options are something closer to JPA on those lower terraces, maybe to construct a screen, a hedge, or even to do something to the concrete itself. But my recommendation is with the cascading plants as a solution. And I have not received any public comments regarding this COA. And so with that analysis, I find that the proposed improvements are appropriate and recommend approval of the COA with the conditions that are suggested in the draft motion, and also to make sure to include anything, if you wish, on that retaining walls. And then if you have no questions for me, I know the applicant is here. In lieu of presentation, they're willing to jump right into questions as well. But we do have the submittal that you've seen that we can call up if necessary. So with that, any questions?
All right, yeah, so since there are no no presentation, any questions, Bill? Any questions, Kareem? Lau? Kareem has a question.
My question was to the applicant on what their thoughts are on that green screening at the rear retaining wall. Or if that's easily doable or not.
Hi, I'm Kevin Riddle with Mitchell Matthews Architects, representing the owner on this project. You're asking about the walls that are at the back of the side wells?
Yeah.
Yeah, we think actually some sort of hanging or cascading plants could be effective there. We do recognize that we would need to consult with our civil engineers and landscape architects about, I could imagine on the north side, the viability of that. I'm just not confident about it, but I think on the side to the south, I think we certainly could have something growing there and thriving. We do expect to be doing something with the walls on the inside, both at the back and along the sides, either using some material that will make those spaces more pleasant for the tenants. But at the moment, we're proposing a stained or color-tinted concrete, as you can see in the materials that we have proposed at the back of this presentation. We think that'll make for nice walls in the meanwhile, but we're absolutely open to planting as much as is viable to help the screening. One other thing I'd mention, that in our, I guess you can see it in our site plan, which is, let me pull it up here. It's on what's page 16 in our presentation booklet. You can see we have the plantings identified that we propose for this project, and the ones that are labeled C, the sassafras trees. We think with some time, but not that much time, probably less than 10 years, those trees could grow to a pretty good size, have a kind of a thicket quality, and that those will do actually a great deal when you're down at the JPA elevations to help obscure those wells beyond. And then I'd also note that in general, our plantings are going to end up being well above the 10% required, closer to 17.5% at 10 years maturity.
Thank you.
Sure.
No.
Mr. Solids.
Mr. Riddle, page 40 of your packet gives me, I think, a pretty clear rendering of the scope of the retaining walls. Does that seem accurate? How much wiggle room do you have there?
Well, this is pretty accurate. The modeling of the terrain that you see in green, that's based on our survey of the site. Now, it doesn't extend, well past the boundaries, but so where you see the house that's next door at 1713 JPA, the terrain may not be exactly as you see it there, but it's pretty close to that. And along the edge of the wall that we're showing, that is what the grades are doing, more or less. The computer models do have to do some interpretation, and of course, as you probably suspect, the more contours you can have surveyed, the more precise this gets. But this is a pretty close approximation.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Stolzberg.
So, I guess one question on the retaining wall front. It seems to me, I'm less concerned about the inward-facing retaining walls as this one that's kind of covering up your trash area. Do you have any plans for that? Like right now, it looks like a just concrete local artist and put that there. Cheaper than plants over time, and I guess there's trash behind it. So
Trash cans, but not get too tall. However, as you come over to the JPA side, at that corner of the property, there already is a fairly tall retaining wall. Mm-hmm. And we recognize that we're just going to have to work out some things as we get further into the civil and site design. And depending on how we have to rebuild or revise that wall, we realize we might be getting a little taller than that 5 feet, maybe closer to 6 or a little over 6 feet tall. And so that's what you see there. But yes, we agree that anything we could do in the way of texture and color potentially there could have a better outcome than just a blank concrete wall. I wouldn't propose to use chartreuse this time. I know that created some guff earlier, but yeah, I agree with you. It's looking a little blank there. Although I think, again, with some of the plantings that we have, the coffee trees and beds of sedges, those are going to do a lot to ameliorate the impression of a stark wall.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, well, I'd just like to see something with that. I don't think we need to add it into a condition. Are we doing comments too, or?
Sure.
The scooter things you're proposing instead of bike racks. Staple bike racks. Staple bike racks. Bike racks, staples. Don't mess with it. It's the best solution. Every time architects try to get fancy with bike racks, terrible things happen and they become useless for bikes, and probably scooters in this case. I mean, the ones you're proposing look like they might not even fit a VO scooter. Staple bike racks. Just use staples.
Okay, I'll make a note.
Mr. Durantia.
No questions. I'm satisfied with his scooter dikes.
Mr. Schwartz.
No questions.
Right, thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thank you.
We are ready to deliberate. Any thoughts, or is there a motion, maybe?
I could make a motion if we were ready. And I don't think we need to put a condition on the walls. It sounds like they're going to do something to take care of them, especially since the units are the apartments are going to be staring at those walls. So,
I know you're pressed for time too, so if you wish to just refer to the conditions, yeah.
So, and yeah, it's, there's lighting in here, there's glass, the new railings are going to match the railings to the balconies, and yes, so, okay. Having considered the standards set forth in the city's entrance corridor design guidelines, I move to find that the proposed design for 1709 Jefferson Park Avenue is consistent with the guidelines and compatible with the goals of this entrance corridor, and that the ERB approves the certificate of appropriateness application as submitted with the following conditions as listed in our packet.
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Creasy, would you poll the board?
Sure. Mr. Soli Yates?
Aye.
Mr. Durantia?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. Right. I am gaveling us out of the ECRB, and we are now back into the Planning Commission. Mr. Mayor, is council in order?
We are indeed.
Council in order, we are ready to begin our public hearings. The first item on our docket is ZM 23-00004. This is a zoning map amendment. I think you guys remember this. We approved this application 620 only a month ago, but it was decided that we probably needed to get a formal proper statement included in the docket, and that's one of the main reasons we're here to review this again, to review the inclusion of the proper statement. Mr. Alfley.
Thank you, Chair. Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. So Planning Commission, tonight you'll be holding a public hearing and making a recommendation to City Council regarding a proposed planned unit development located off Jefferson Park Avenue, Stadium Road, Emmett Street, and Montebello Circle. Subtext Acquisition LLC, the applicant, on behalf of Woodrow Apartments LLC, Woodrow 2 LLC, and 1709 JPA LLC, the owners, is requesting a zoning map amendment pursuant to Section 3441 of the Code of the City of Charlottesville for properties located at 106 through 114 Stadium Road, 409 Stadium Road, 104 Stadium Road, 102 Stadium Road, 1705 Jefferson Park Avenue, and 100 Stadium Road. The applicant is pursuing to rezone the subject property from multifamily residential to planned unit development with a development plan and proffer statement. The application and the development plan include parking requirements, a use matrix, yard and height regulations, open space, and landscaping. The proffer statement indicates the applicant will provide a cash contribution to the city's affordable housing fund in the amount equal to double that which is required under Section 3412 D2. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the subject property and replace the existing 62 residential units spread between 9 different buildings with one building containing between 524 and 550 residential units. The proposed building will have a height range of 75 feet to 135 feet and stories that range from 5 stories to 12 stories. In addition, the proposed PUD includes improved pedestrian and bicycle circulation along Stadium, Emmett, and Jefferson Park Avenue, and road improvements to Montebello Circle. On October 10th, 2023, the Planning Commission held a joint public hearing with City Council on this proposed rezoning, along with the following applications: a critical slope waiver, which the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval; a sidewalk waiver, which will be presented to City Council in a future meeting; an amendment to an ordinance for the sale of property located at 409 Stadium Road, which will be heard by City Council at a future meeting; and a comprehensive plan validation for amending the ordinance that closed Woodrow Street, which Planning Commission found was in accordance with the comprehensive plan. During the October 10th, 2023 public hearing, there was a question regarding the enforceability of the affordable housing statement provided on the cover sheet of the PUD development plan. It was determined that to ensure the statement is enforceable, the applicant needed to provide a proffer statement. The applicant has provided the proffer statement containing the same language that Planning Commission saw on October 10th, with no additional changes to the application. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm here to answer any question. The applicant has not prepared a presentation, but they are here to answer questions too.
Righty, any questions for Mr. Affleck from the commission? Any questions for Mr. Affleck from the council? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor? Council person Perrier, would you poke them?
Sorry, we're
Mr. Pinkston.
We're just finding our feet over here, I think. I have no question. Yeah, so this is essentially the same project that we saw.
Yes, Councilor. The only change being there was a statement on the cover sheet of the development plan that spoke to cash in lieu 2 times what would normally be provided. To make sure that statement was enforceable, they took that language and provided it in a proper statement.
Okay, please remind me, so regardless of what you all do tonight, this will come to us for a
Yes.
for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. One thing I did, maybe this is not the right time, Mr. Chair, but I am aware of a letter that was sent by the university relative to the height of this project and the visibility from the lawn. I don't know if that's something that is in the public record at this point or worth discussing, or maybe you're going to chat about it later.
I think UVA and Mr. Palmer will make a brief statement about that in a minute.
Got it, thank you.
Any, let's see. The applicant, yes. Is there anything that the applicant would like to present, or would the applicant like to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Valerie Long, representing the applicant. I did not have a presentation prepared for tonight. I would be happy to answer any questions or respond to any public comment as needed. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Right, why don't we, any thoughts? Why don't we begin with Mr. Palmer? Any thoughts about this application?
Public hearing.
Oh. I don't like it, but thank you, I'm glad you guys are here. We have to open this up for public hearing, so we are now ready to do that. Are there any members of, Ms. Creasy, would you like to moderate?
Sure. If we have members of the public in person who would like to speak, we have that opportunity. We'll alternate between our virtual and our in-person speakers. If you're virtual and you are interested in speaking, it would be wonderful for you to raise your hand in the application. If you're on a phone line, you can hit *9 and that will do the same function, but that way we can tell who would like to speak. We do have at least one in-person speaker. Come forward.
Hello, I'm Ellen Contini-Morava from 225 Montebello Circle. I'm going to talk about the proffer from the developer of the Verve student high-rise at the corner of JPA, Emmett Street, and Stadium Road. $4 million sounds like a lot of money, but it's not that much if you compare it with the affordable housing fee that a developer would have to pay under the new zoning code if their development doesn't include any affordable housing. That would be $185,000 per unit for 10% of the total number of units in the development. The Verve development will have around 530 units. 10% of that is 53. 53 times 185,000 comes to $9,805,000. A lot more than $4 million. And that is a discount. A developer of family housing that size would be charged almost twice as much under the new zoning code, more than $17 million. Why offer a discount to developers of student housing? The reason is a little complicated to try. I'll see if I can break it down. At last night's work session, the following assumptions were made. First, students will not be eligible for affordable housing. Second, student housing is regarded as not suitable for families. Therefore, builders of student housing are not expected to include any affordable units in their projects. Builders of family-oriented housing would be charged a higher fee as an incentive to actually build some affordable units on site rather than make an in lieu payment equivalent to what it would cost for someone else to build them. Since it's assumed that builders of student housing will not build any affordable units, they would be charged less than someone who might build affordable units on site. At last night's work session, Mr. Fries said it would be, quote, unfair to charge them the higher rate. But there's also general agreement that student housing that can be rented out by the bedroom is a lot more lucrative than family-oriented housing. That's why it's worthwhile for a developer of student housing to invest in bigger buildings that require more expensive materials. Why should developers who are making much bigger profits get a discount on the in lieu affordable housing fee? I hope City Council will think harder about this when finalizing the affordable dwelling unit requirements in the new code. But back to the Verve project. What's the hurry to approve this monstrosity that even the city staff report found to be inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan? What's the hurry to hand developers of student housing a multi-million-dollar affordability discount when you're finalizing the new zoning code as we speak? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any hands raised, but I'll give it just a few seconds. Do we have any additional in-person speakers this evening? Okay, and I don't see any hands raised. Give one more opportunity for virtual or in-person speakers for the Verve application. All right, Chair, we have a virtual speaker, John Hosek. Mr. Hosek, can you hear us?
Yes. I'd like to just echo everything that Ellen has just mentioned. I think this project is too large. It looks to me like this is an initial ask and something to be negotiated down. And I'd also like to take this opportunity, although this is a very large project, which would obviously require a public hearing, I think it draws sharp line under the fact with the new zoning ordinance that this opportunity will be taken away and that neighbours like myself are faced with, three-story apartments next to us. And needless to say, the support for that level of by right development on a street like my own and others is 5%, and surely that's a problem. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any in-person speakers on this application? Any additional virtual speakers? All right, Chair?
All right, I now think we're ready to begin talking about this. Mr. Palmer, any thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, this came up in the pre-meeting. So UVA did submit a letter with some concerns about the height of this project, the 12-story portion, and its potential to be visible from the lawn. And, you know, just that, since that's a World Heritage Site, that's some concern. What came up in the pre-meeting was that the developer may have developed some renderings from perspectives from the lawn that try to show how it will look. I haven't seen those. So what I'll just say, I would look forward to seeing those. We'll look at those, and if there are any, you know, revisions we want to make to our statement, we can do that and get them to City Council in the appropriate time. But beyond that, I think our concerns are the same with the height and things that were talked about last time.
Yeah, I think when we were deliberating this and going back and forth with the developer last month, we did talk about doing something to make it not look as imposing as it looks, and I think they're working to do that. But Mr. Bob?
I have the same comments I had last time. I haven't seen any of those images, but my concerns were on the 12-story massing and how that is perceived and the appropriateness of that, given the way we're drafting our new zoning ordinance, and the cash in lieu issue, which is, I think, a theme for me tonight, and how inadequate I think that is when compared to what we're going to be proposing in the new draft zoning ordinance.
No comment.
I think I said everything last month.
Okay.
Me too.
Same.
All right, what would we like to do with this?
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Please.
I move to recommend that the City Council should approve ZM 23-00004 on the basis that approval of the proposed PUD development is consistent with the city's adopted comprehensive plan and will serve the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice.
Second.
Ms. Creasy, any further discussion? Ms. Creasy, would you poll the board? Would you poll the board?
Yes. Mr. Soliates?
Aye.
Mr. Duranzio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
No.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. All right, the next application is, all right, we've got 3 applications associated with Langford Road. The first is ZM 23-00002. That is a rezoning from R1S to R3. The second application is SP 23-00003. That is for a special use permit. The third application is P23-00046. That is a critical slope waiver. If this development is approved, it's going to allow for about 48 units to be built in this space. It is also accompanied by affordable housing proffers. Around 13%, 13% of the units to be built will be affordable. We will take the presentations for all 3 all together, and we will ask questions for all 3 all together, but we have to have 3 separate votes no matter how any of the votes go. So I forget who's managing this, Mr. Duncan, maybe who's, Ms. Franey is managing this. I knew that.
No problem. Good evening, Carrie Rainey, City Planner with Neighborhood Development Services. Before you tonight are 3 applications for 108, 110, and 112 Landonia Avenue, as noted, a zoning map amendment, a special use permit, and a critical slope waiver. The applicant's representative, Justin Shimp of Shimp Engineering, has indicated potential updates to the project are under consideration. Therefore, I would suggest the commission hear first from Mr. Shimp, and then I will be available to provide the staff analysis following Mr. Shimp's statement, should the commission so choose.
Great.
Good evening, everyone. Justin Shimp, the engineer for the project. I represent the property owner. What I sent an email out earlier, and I just want to address this. Essentially, I would like to have a discussion about this, very brief. Let the public make any comments, and then request deferral. And I would just like to go over briefly, if I could have my presentation up, just a brief explanation of why I proposed this and why I like to change it, basically. So we have that groundwork. Then I'd be interested, of course, in hearing any thoughts the commission has, provided it to be deferred, that I might incorporate into my edits in addition to what I already have in mind. So first, I want to say I definitely appreciate the direction the city is taking with the zoning ordinance. It is much, much better than the one we have, proposed ordinance. And I'm pleased to see the city, turning that over to, let's say, unlimited density in the mixed-use corridors, where that's no longer really the issue. But in the RA type zones, to be the current R1, I think there are some unusual larger parcels that have potential to go up above that without being out of place in the neighborhood. And that's why I proposed this. However, where I think I went wrong is bringing in a 3-story building to the Langford Avenue streetscape. And upon looking at it, reading the staff's comments, and then really going out to site and walking around a bunch more, I want to amend that to keep the 2 houses in the front, keep that existing historic structures, and then build the project in the back. So I'll flip through that real quickly and just show you what I have in mind, but I think that's going to be a better outcome. I also have an issue of 2 of the houses in the street are by 6 different tenants, and we propose to leave those 2 structures so that we don't have to move them anywhere. There's 1 tenant that would have to be rehoused in one structure that would come down for the road entrance, but the others could remain in their current accommodation. So I view that's a net positive also. If we could flip to the next page. I think everyone's familiar with this location, and I'll just comment that, again, the inspiration for this was this interstate's a 1-acre parcel, and within close proximity, there's an adjacent multifamily building up to the west. The First Street projects are near the site. There's a church across the street. It's a predominantly single-family neighborhood, but there are a variety of other uses and structures that make up this neighborhood. It's also in a very close walking distance to a lot of things in Charlottesville, which for me makes this a primary location to put some higher density. Particularly, this project would be essentially all of 1-bedroom small units. We'd have an affordable component, but they're intended to be single or couple occupancy for folks who would work around downtown or the hospital area. If I could go, next slide, please. So, for example, this is here, you have an interesting mix here. We have a new subdivision, Paynes Mill subdivision, was built a couple years ago. You have in there $600,000, $800,000 homes. It's a nice little neighborhood. You've got the South First Street. There's a few single-family lots around. I think I saw a house that maybe going up on Hartman's was assessed at like a 1.4 or something like that. So you really have an interesting mix in this neighborhood. And frankly, that's a possible outcome of these large lots. And one of the things I'm trying to avoid is that the market forces dictate that you could almost slice this into 3 lots, and it's more valuable than 48 units. And that was a question that came up at the community meeting was, hey, could you do 20 units? I thought, well, no, I can't, because essentially I'm taking land value down, right? And at the end of the day, developers are not looking to do that. And so if the land is worth more as 3 single-family houses that can be sold for $1 million a piece, that's what it becomes. And again, that's not it's a thing that can happen. It's okay, but when we have these sort of large 1-acre lots under a common ownership, there's an opportunity for something different. Next, please. There's the 3 houses at play, the existing 3 structures. We would keep the 2 on the left. If you could skip the next slide, please. So here's what was in the packet, is this structure. This is what I think where this goes wrong here, is that first building on Langford is supposed to 3-story, and it really is too much height and scale for that street. There are other structures similar size, but it's too much. You'll notice footprint-wise, we are smaller than the adjacent immediately multifamily structure, but we are 3 stories, that's more like 1. So I feel like after looking at it again, we need to peel that back, and that would be my alternate proposal. Next slide, please. Again, some context, to give you an example of what's around. You might be familiar with the South First Street community, the existing structures there. You'll just see for context, 28 by 72, 2,000 square foot footprint, 2 stories. We're a similar scale to that, whereas the new First Street buildings are about 7,000 square foot footprint. So we're much smaller than those. Next. We'll skip this because I'm going to come back to update this information to the new. Skip this slide. The building on the top left is essentially what I envision. That's a pretty close representation of the size and scale of these structures. which I think was appropriate in the back of the site, but is just a little tall for the front. And interestingly enough, the comparison we used at the neighborhood meeting was that Dunlower Forest, which is a neighborhood in Albemarle, has a duplex that is nearly the same size. So we would have a 14-unit building in that example on the left versus 2 units on the right. One of my fundamental issues with density is that, to me, those structures aren't really a lot different. Different number of people within them, but is that something we should be regulating the way we do? Next slide. Quick examples, there was the Mount View PUD was a project we did that was approved. It's a lower density, it was 30 dwelling units per acre. However, it's larger units. The actual sort of square footage per acre in that project is larger what's proposed for Langford. Next slide. Similar, Grove Street was another project of R3 out of the R1, very similar scale type buildings. Next slide. We talked about this a little bit, and I want to touch on one thing. Again, I'm going to ask that you all just give me some quick feedback on this, and we'll bring back the final plan. But the affordable housing is interesting, and I appreciate the comments that were made a moment ago about the amount, like fee in lieu of, because it is a big expense. And one of the things we've tried to figure out on these small projects, it is difficult to get them off the ground. So my proposal was, rather than starting for year 1 to have affordable housing, to start at year 10 and have an additional unit. So rather than having 99 years of 5 units, I have 89 years of 6 units. You get more net affordability that way, more years of affordable housing, number of units, but it starts 10 years down the road. And the simple math of that is, to build this project, getting it off the ground is the most difficult. Once you get past 10 years and you pay down some of your debt, you can refinance it, then you can make that work. The developer is going to lose at year 10. They are not going to have as much available equity to pull out because the project will essentially be devalued, those affordable units, but it gets built. And so we get the market rate units and the affordable units, and it becomes a sustainable project. So I'd be curious folks' take on that. There was a comment from the Community Solutions folks about this being a non-standard. But in my mind, affordable housing is not an issue that's going to go away in 30 years. So if we're looking at a 99-year window, is 10 to 99 an okay perspective? Probably last one, I think. I'll skip this. We can go over this next time. So here's the alternate concept plan, which I emailed out. So we would keep 112 and 110 Langford. 110 is actually an interesting kind of historic store. I didn't realize until today. So we keep those structures and then build the 3-story buildings in the back. And so again, I don't want to take too much time, and it has to come back, but I did want to give you the rundown of where I started, what we would like to do, hear any feedback, and then understand that we're trying to get a mix here. I think there has to be more density on some of these sites. I know that there's going to be more opportunities in the city for density, but I don't think there's that many of these 1-acre parcels that will come along like this. So to me, it's a missed opportunity not to do something at higher density. So that's what I want to end up with. I'm happy, if the commission's willing to defer it, I'd be happy to come back next month, or depending on scheduling, month after, for a hearing with a new information. It's only slightly updated. It was basically removing one building.
All right, so this looks like it's becoming a mini work session. Let's keep it net, though, if we could. And let's just do the usual route. Let's go from left to right with questions and comments. If you questions and comments, if you got them. So, Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just to be clear, so removing one building, does that reduce the number of units that you were hoping to achieve on this site? Or
It
are
would
you able to
slightly.
keep them the same?
We would lose a 12-unit building. We pick up 2 more for the houses that are there. And then we would probably actually try to increase the units from buildings from 12 to 14. So we'll probably end up at 40 to 44 units.
Okay. And then just, real quick, are you basing the parking, amount of parking you have on any sort of metric, or is that just your best guess on?
It's current city zoning, so 1 space
Current
per
city,
unit.
okay. But under the new zoning, you don't necessarily have to provide 1 per unit, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Would you change your parking if you could? Or is this what you feel comfortable with for the project?
It's a good question. I'd have to leave that a little bit up to the developer's comfort level, right? I think when you all remove the restrictions whatsoever, people are going to still provide parking because it is understanding that people are going to want cars. I'd be certainly content to remove some parking and add some more landscaping, but I don't want to say I'm going to do that. It's not necessarily my decision to make without consulting the client.
I think keeping the homes in the front is definitely a great idea. Makes me feel a lot better about the project. I had a question on critical slopes, reading staff's comments. Is this something you can avoid disturbing? Because it seems, and I might ask staff this, that any disturbance cannot really be mitigated from me reading the comments.
So this one's complicated, but I'm going to need to meet the city engineer out there. There's actually, the on-the-ground conditions are a little bit different than what you see on this application GIS. So there is a channel that we can get to from our property to the existing channel. Doesn't show up. So the staff report's interesting. It's very technical, but I do need to address that city engineer. I think that if we did not have a channel to discharge to, I don't think he's aware of, we would have a problem. But we do, and I've surveyed it. It just didn't show up in this application like it should have probably.
And I think my request, I guess, is to find a way to incorporate creative open spaces and planting. Looking at this, it's very asphalt heavy, and if there's a way to carve that in a meaningful way, I think that'll make me feel better. Thanks.
I spent some time walking around the street and looking at the site. I didn't trespass, so perhaps I should have. I'm guessing you wouldn't get too angry. But my sense is that there's quite a bit of grade going down, and it's a pretty deep lot. How far down is this, versus street level?
The back of the site is something like 18 or 20 feet below Langford. And then it drops. The middle building probably sits about 8 feet below Langford.
Okay. Something we've talked about in the past, I think you did on, and I'm forgetting the street now, is doing tuck under parking, just as a way of reducing the footprint of the paved space. And I think that's potentially exciting, although I'm not sure that the numbers exactly work for this site. In general, excited to see something of this scale up front. I like that idea of kind of continuing the scale of the street as it is, and then doing more in the back. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm not really. I don't have strong feelings about heights in the back, because I don't think that most people will see them from the front. But I would mainly focus on what the street experience will be, and I think that'll be a good guide on what are appropriate heights in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really so worried about the height on the front, but I think keeping those two historic buildings does make me feel warm and fuzzy inside, so I think that probably is a good idea. My question for you on the deferral, though, have you done the math on that? Are you betting that they're not going to pass the new zoning ordinance anytime soon, and so you'll have time for that? Because if they're going to pass it in December like they plan, and you have a planning commission public hearing in December, you're not going to get a vote in time.
Right, and certainly, so I did skip over was a slide. We lost about a year on this project for investigating historic cemetery. There was a potential of that, and so we hired a firm to go out and do the subterranean sonar survey. And so, yes, we did not mean to be cutting it this close by trusty imagination. But I think if it comes down to it, if the ordinance is passed and there's given no, basically if it said, hey, we're cutting it off this day, you're not approved, I think we would simply amend this to like an RX. There would be a zoning district under the new ordinance that would adopt the same project. Maybe it's involving starting over, but I feel that it's a better project, and I think maybe it could be voted on tonight. I'd hate to complicate things like that. I'm going to take the chance that if we have to, we'll amend it to an RX, and I'll take my chances there. If the project is better, I think this is more appropriate for what should be in the site.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, I came into this application skimming the beginning and was very skeptical because it's so different from what the comp plan is recommending for this area. And I'm learning that this was R3 until 2003 forever, right? And then, had this historic store on the site. I've sort of warmed up to it. Probably not enough that I would have voted yes tonight. But I think, what you found in that staff report is that the reasons to deny are all basically the comp plan doesn't say to do this in this area. And, to the extent that you're supporting other goals in the comp plan, maybe we can say, even though the map doesn't say that, it makes sense. But as you may know, under the current zoning ordinance 3427A4, between November 1st and January 2nd, an applicant can submit for a comprehensive plan amendment. And to me, doing a concurrent comprehensive plan amendment seems like the move here. To say, let's just change that future land use map because this is a site that is appropriate for more density, that slopes down. That's a large site that historically was zoned for more, that historically had mixed use on it. I think you could make a strong case for a comprehensive plan amendment. I don't know if staff can turn that around in time to, keep it on the same track. But I think this application becomes a lot stronger if it's with a concurrent comprehensive plan amendment. And then lastly, I guess, so if time does run out, which I would assume will, unless there are delays to council, and you do an RX, of course that means you get into the standard, 10% for 99 years beginning at year one. If you're able to do that, I think that's great. I think that will help. I don't hate, I see where you're coming from on the math, right? That you pay off your debt for a few years, get your debt service coverage ratio up, and then only then do you have to do it. I don't love the idea of experimenting it on that with one sort of random project, one random small project that already isn't super consistent with a comprehensive plan. But I think, as we refine our inclusionary zoning, that's something, or we should have sort of that discussion about how these things should work. I will say 10 years seems like too long. It will be forgotten about and probably never enforced. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
So I think I generally echo Commissioner Habab on the pavement issue. I think that's essentially he and I are on the same page there. I think that this is much better than the packet presentation. To the funding of the affordable housing, I concur with some of Commissioner Stolzenberg's views. And the math certainly makes sense to the developer. I get that. The question is how this is future money for the city and for the developer that we're talking about 10 years hence. And I'm not sure if the maths or there's a way to sort of engineer that in a way that's either equitable, sensible, or even possible. But, and I also agree that although that is an intriguing concept of this delay of how we do that, I agree that we should not try to build the airplane in flight, and that we need to sort of give that some thought on how alternatives might work. Certainly at 10 years, that's I think that's a non-starter as it sits, but I think that's generally where I'm at.
I'm just going to echo a lot of what's been said. I think your revised idea is a much more intriguing concept and makes the idea of doing something contrary to our comp plan a lot more palatable. And as has been said, that you're respecting by preserving those two houses, you're respecting the sense on the street. I think you probably need to be somewhat careful with the parking lot, at least as it's viewed from the street. I'm not sure if I'm as concerned about the rest of it further down the hill, because you have to resolve your water issues somehow by law anyways. So I think it's just more of, do you see this giant parking lot from the street? Yeah, and I'm gonna let those who are smarter on the affordable housing component deal with that. So that's it.
All right, so nothing more to add. I like this much better. The 10 years gives me great heartburn. I'm not sure I can get comfortable with that. The one thing that we're going to have to address later, so maybe I can ask Ms. Randy to help me out with it now, and you and Mr. Bob went back and forth on this, but I'm still not certain I understand. Can you walk me through the channel discharge conundrum that we've gotten? Is there a way to address that? Because that's going to be there no matter when you come back. So.
Certainly, sorry, one moment. I will say this may be a case where we need to hear additionally from the city engineer on this issue. But as noted in the staff report, our city engineer noted concern with the proposal to channel water through the critical slopes on site to an off-site channel, which was shown in the staff packet with a blue line running through the middle. And the city engineer had found that not to be an eligible stormwater conveyance system, basically saying that he felt that you could not, I believe, put the water through those slopes into that conveyance path. And then also noted issues with the design of how that conveyance was showed, where the angle at which the water would hit that conveyance path off-site would likely cause erosion to that swell. Does that answer your question?
Well, it may help me to appreciate that I understand what the problem is. I don't know what the answer is.
Is this one of those things where it would have to be resolved during like a site plan stormwater review anyway, and we all argue about it during the critical slope waiver process when it would have to be done anyway?
Certainly,
Eventually.
I believe the applicant could choose to have proposed a critical slope waiver application during a site plan process subsequent to a rezoning in SUP process if they so choose. It would most certainly have to be addressed prior to any site plan approval.
So what I typically do is now ask council if they have any questions. But this is a mini work session, so if you have questions and comments, that would be of value to us. So, council.
There's a new guy over here in the corner.
Oh, there he is.
Hello. One question, could you just talk in a little bit more detail about the situation with the existing residents who were there, and just all of that? I think you said one person would be moved under this new arrangement, the others would be able to stay.
Sure. So one of the things that came to light in my recent, exploration of the site, again, we kind of started this 2 years ago. People kind of moved in and out, but right now the house, 108 is the kind of address that we're talking about. There's a house there that's occupied by one tenant that would be taken out to build the entryway. There are 110 and 112 actually have rented out for the room, and they have 6 separate tenants in there. And so in evaluating an alternate change, those are the structures we wanted to keep. The store is also kind of interesting historic piece of information, but those folks could remain in that residence without having to be rehoused. So that was a positive to keeping those 2 structures.
Mm-hmm. And for that one tenant who would need to move, is there any sense yet in terms of, on your end, any involvement in terms of assistance with that? Or are they just purely on their own once they're given a timeline for when that begins in terms of figuring out alternative arrangements?
This particular property owner owns other rentals throughout the city. So given the time frame, let's say this is approved, there would be something like 12 to 16 months before any demolition would occur. So I don't think it'd be a problem at all to have a special use permit condition or some kind of proffer that addressed assistance towards that individual, because 14 months ought to be plenty of time to help somebody find a house. So I think that for this instance, that should not be an issue for the particular developer.
Yeah, because I'll say that's my biggest concern. The changes made lessen that issue substantially. But obviously, depending on their situation, we've seen tenants in similar situations where they just simply cannot find another place to rent in the city at the price point that they were at, and basically are permanently displaced from the community, and that's always a risk. With echoing some of the other points the planning commissioners had made with the parking lot, both from the street and the side, is there any specific plan in terms of the screening, in terms of the visual impact?
We'd be required, I think we mentioned this in the application, but there's a S1, S2, a screen that involves a fence, some shrubs, trees. You can see it kind of graphically depicted on here, but there is a city standard essentially for buffering a parking lot from adjacent residential. I think involves a fence, trees, and shrubs to mitigate those impacts.
Mm-hmm. And finally, reference had been made to the possibility of some sort of landscaping or green space, even on a very small scale, that's incorporated into the project. Is that something that was considered or considered feasible?
It's not shown, it's not depicted well here, but we do have, so the units in the back are fronting out onto essentially what is a lawn space, a 25-foot lawn. One of the requirements in the R3 is to have a certain amount of exterior kind of open space, interior and exterior, for tenant use. And so that would be an area that we were thinking of as space. It's basically gonna be a flat lawn behind there, 25 feet times 100, so it's a reasonable size. And then I think we probably need to look at, losing a few parking spaces and finding a little more green space in the front. I wasn't prepared to do that in the last, day or so looking at this, but I think that's I think an expectation we try to meet coming back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I definitely think in that space in the back, activating it and landscaping it even just a little bit could go a long way for the residents who will live there. Similarly with outside of that area, I think, it'll just make it a better project, I would think, for the people who live there. I'll just say my thoughts. I think the amendments to me seem positive. As you mentioned, this is a neighborhood that's seen a tremendous amount of change and a lot of affluent residents moving in. I think the changes may ease some of the feelings some people have that the entire neighborhood is being completely changed. And I think the project in terms of the multifamily is also a better alternative than what we've seen of the construction of single-family homes at a price point of $800,000 to over $1 million. So I think that overall it's generally a positive thing. So.
Yeah, I have a couple of really basic questions, which if I had time to read the packet, I would know. So how many actual units are going to be in this revised design?
I think it'll probably land at 44.
44 units.
3 buildings of 14 units,
Okay.
Plus the 2 existing houses.
Okay, and so 14 per structure, basically. And those are, how many bedrooms? Is it a mix?
I think they ended up all 1 bedrooms.
Okay.
They're probably 500 to 600 square feet units.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then I didn't quite follow, so right now this is R1, and you would be looking for a zoning amendment, I guess, to let you do this. But if you don't get this resolved prior to the new zoning ordinance going into place, it's still RA. So how would you propose to pull this off?
So this is going to depend a little bit on what City Council does as far as enacting an effective date. If it's made effective the day of the vote, or if it's effective 2-3 months down the road. That'd be up to you all, obviously.
I think the feedback I've gotten from the director is that there would be some grace period that built into this. Is that accurate?
The grace period is for projects that are already site plans that are in review.
Okay, got it.
So it's possible, as mentioned earlier, we might actually have to enact this project, propose a amendment to rezone under the new ordinance. So if the council enacts, there's essentially a replacement for R3, which is RX, which is similar height without the density restrictions, but similar requirements. So effectively, we would amend our application and come back with that proposal.
That this what would then be an RA lot would be changed to RX.
Correct. We're essentially right now we're going from R1 to R3 under current zoning nomenclature. We would have to propose an A to an RX. Now, there could be other options too, but the RX comes to mind as the obvious one. It's sort of the equivalent of the current zoning.
And whatever came of the historic cemetery investigations?
It's not there.
Okay.
We spent lots of time and money trying to find it, and it must, we think it's on the next couple lots down.
Okay.
If it exists. The cemetery is platted an easement, but there's no one actually has a record someone was buried there.
I see.
So it's possible that it's there and there's simply nobody there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But I had a couple of questions about how you were proposing to do the change in the affordability. Is the idea that the building couldn't be built for 10 years, or that it would be built and would be market rate for the first 10 years?
That's correct. It would be built market rate for the first 10 years, and first 9 years, and then on year 10, it's required to have the 6 affordable units. So essentially, upped from 5 is the baseline, and we upped up to 6.
And so, in year 10, if the folks who were in those units didn't qualify for an affordable unit, they would basically get moved out.
That is correct. That is a possible outcome.
Okay. And I guess the other question is, okay, so what happens if in year 10, maybe your current owners are no longer the owners, maybe somebody else is now owning the property, and they say, nah, we're not going to do it. What's the city's remedy at that point?
You should put them in zoning violation and fine them by the day. I think it would be a zoning, basically a violation of the proffer. It would be Now, I think the point made by the Office of Community Solutions is a little bit like, hey, the more complicated this is, the harder it is to enforce. And I do get that. And I'm not trying to put any more burden on them. Having built a little building like this, it's very difficult. And effectively, in my mind, there's a good question with the math. Yes, but what's the math, right? And because it's a net present value, I think was brought up on the Mountain View project, right? Is it 30 years versus 99? What's the difference? It's a huge difference between year 1 and year 10, right?
No question.
And so that's the math that I'm trying to get to a place where the project is viable for a small developer without subsidy to still provide sort of long-term affordable housing.
Thank you.
Yeah, my comment is concerning around the affordability as well. And last night we had a work session on this, and getting the cost now of what was it, a 3-unit is like $500,000, is that?
3-bedroom, supposedly $500,000 a build.
So my lens now of what, developers proffer now for affordable housing is a lot different, and that's what I'm going to be looking at. And I know that 10, 15 years can go by really quickly if you're staying in the place, and then after that, you're going to have to find another place. It can go by really, really quickly. So I haven't read the proffers. I definitely will do more reading before it comes to council, but that's going to be the lens of, otherwise I'm in support of this project, but I just we'll be looking at the affordability aspect.
No problem. I too am concerned about affordability. 14 times 3 is 42. Moving beyond that, relocation of any individuals that are currently in the units, because you said several people might have to be relocated, where they would be relocated, what that would mean for them during this process. And so affordability for me is a major concern.
And could I circle back real quick? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Council. Could you, again, if I had read the packet ahead of time, I've known this, the number of affordable units that you're planning to provide?
So one of the proposal was in the packet was 48 units total, 6 affordable.
6.
We would drop that down to something like 44, but still have 6 affordable.
Okay, and those are the 50% AMI, 60% AMI?
60% AMI.
Okay, great, thank you.
Which I would just, is stronger than even the draft inclusionary zoning language, which I think is obviously a positive thing.
So, Councilor Pinkston's question about R1 and RA kind of made me think about this. Have you learned, do you know anything about why this property was downzoned 20 years ago? Like,
Well,
was it?
I can speculate. I mean, we all know what the last 20 years of zoning was kind of all about. So I think that I've had another project over on Carlton, right, that was R3 forever, that was downzoned to R2 at some point, almost like a spot downzone. There was when I started my career, there was a group called the ASAP, for Sustainable Albemarle Population. That county shouldn't grow at all, and things have changed, obviously, thankfully. But I think that was the prevailing mindset. So I was not closely following this. I didn't dive into history, but it doesn't surprise me at all that something was downzoned in 2003. It wasn't the only parcel, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the historic house next door, the IPP, is that an 8-plex? Do you know?
At least. I'm not sure. I think it's at least 8. I think it's a strange structure. I think it's a historic house in the front and it was added onto in the back.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it's a multifamily. I think at least 8 units.
Thanks.
Right, we've got 3 applications in front of us. Would you like us to continue our deliberations and vote, or would you like to do something else?
Well, I'd be happy to accept a deferral if it sounds like the overall consensus is the proposed revised plan's better. So if we could defer, I will get a submittal back with all the right numbers on it, and then we'll be back.
The applicant is requesting a deferral. Is that accurate?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You all have a public hearing scheduled for this item, or these items?
Thank you. Ms. Christie, would you like to lead us?
Sure, let's take this opportunity for the public hearing to hear anyone who may be here for any of the 108 Langford Avenue requests. And we will alternate with in-person speakers as well as our virtual speakers. Do we have any in-person speakers interested in speaking on this item? Okay, I don't see any at this time. Any virtual speakers, you raise your hand in the application, or if you're on a phone line, star 9. All right, no speakers, Chair.
Right, the applicant has requested a deferral. So we will now move on to the last.
Well, hold on.
Vote to accept.
Oh, we have to vote to defer, okay.
So are you all as the commission choosing to defer because the clock still keeps going in that
Right, so
fashion?
walk me through the protocol. What do we need to do?
Yes, it would be a motion, but if the applicant defers, then the clock stops. If you all defer, then the clock continues moving forward, and we'll be back here, even if they're not ready. 'cause
Right, so
we have to
my
time frames.
recommendation to the commission is we accept the applicant's request to defer.
I'm not sure that may be what he's saying, or it wasn't clear to me that was what was being said, so just want to clarify that.
Yeah, for the record, yeah, I think that's probably right. There's a 100-day timeline, I think, that you all have to stay within, and we're probably already on that now, perhaps. So yes, clarify, I'll request a deferral of the project.
Okay, so
And now you all
have to vote to
have to
accept.
determine whether you're going to accept the deferral.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Please.
I move that we accept the applicant's deferral for all 3 items.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? Ms. Christie, would you poll the board?
Sure. Mr. Soli Yates?
Aye.
Mr. Duranzio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell?
And aye. Right. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me on track, guys. All right, the next application is ZM 23-00003. And this is 2117 Ivy Road. And this is a rezoning from urban corridor to PUD. And there are proffers associated with this as well. And I think Mr. O'Connell is managing this application.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dan O'Connell, a city planner with Neighborhood Development Services. And tonight I'm introducing an application from Williams Mullen on behalf of RMD Properties LLC for a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district classification of 2117 Ivy Road. The applicant proposes to change the zoning from urban corridor to PUD, or planned unit development, subject to proffered development conditions and a development plan. The 2021 future land use map designates this property as part of an urban mixed-use corridor. These corridors are described as containing higher intensity mixed-use development arranged along corridors between employment, commercial, and civic hubs of the city. And although the proposed multifamily and ground floor commercial uses for this PUD are acceptable within an urban mixed-use corridor, the proposed building is over 2 stories taller than the maximum of 8 stories that is currently described within the comprehensive plan. The proposed building is also out of scale with adjacent commercial and low-density residential uses to the west and south. The subject property is currently zoned urban corridor and is within an entrance corridor overlay district, and development of this district is specified as both pedestrian and audio-oriented, but evolving to more of a pedestrian-centered development pattern. The proposed PUD would enable significantly higher building height and residential density than what is currently permitted under this district by right. Under the current urban corridor zoning district, a maximum of 64 dwelling units per acre and 80 feet in height is permitted with an approved special use permit. The proposed development plan allows for a maximum of 287 dwelling units and a maximum building height of 142 feet and or 10 stories. And the proposed mixed-use residential structure has a depicted height of around 130 feet and contains 10 stories plus a rooftop amenity and elevator space. The proposed structure contains 242 residential units and a proposed bedroom count of 634 based on the current conceptuals, and that would give a total DUA of around 249. The applicant has included additional standards for building massing, ground story height, finished floor elevation, transparency, entrance spacing, wall and fence height, lot area, build to width, and parking location, which are not currently required by the urban corridor district. However, these standards were based on our current draft new zoning ordinance, which includes the category CX8, which this property is specified to be rezoned to, and that is where those standards come from. The CX8 zoning district also contains a bonus provision allowing the property owner to build up to 10 stories with a commitment to affordable housing, and that is what the applicant is using in their materials to justify the 10-story height. The applicants are proposing a straight pedestrian crossing along Copley Road at the intersection, as well as painted bicycle boxes along Ivy Road to provide a safe area for bicyclists wanting to cross the Ivy, Copley, and Alderman Road intersection. Sidewalk would also be provided along Ivy Road and most of Copley Road to provide pedestrian and bicycle connectivity between the subject property and adjacent properties, particularly the adjacent University of Virginia campus. The applicants have included a transportation demand management plan as part of their rezoning application. This plan specifies that 264 indoor bicycle spaces, as well as 28 outdoor bicycle spaces and 32 scooter spaces will be provided on the premises. The proposed building's underground parking area will also include 2 car share spaces for the residents. The applicant has provided a draft proffer statement requiring one of the following actions to address affordable housing. Either the applicant shall provide affordable bedrooms in an amount that is equivalent to providing 10% of the total units within the proposed development, details that are described within the proffer statement, or the applicant shall make a cash contribution to the city's affordable housing fund in the amount equal to double that which would be required under current city code section 34-12 based on the approved final site plan. Overall, staff finds that the proposed development as presented in the application materials could contribute to some goals within the city's comprehensive plan, such as the provision of additional multifamily housing and encouragement of walkable, bikeable, and public transit accessible residential areas. The uses presented in the proposed development are consistent with the adopted future land use map. However, the proposed structure is significantly taller than the 8-story maximum that is currently recommended by the future land use map. If approved, the PUD rezoning should contain a clear proffered commitment to affordable housing to justify the significant height increase, similar to the draft CX8 zoning. The Entrance Corridor Review Board shall also review the proposed structure prior to site plan approval to determine its appropriateness and compatibility with the city's entrance corridor design guidelines. That is it for my presentation. I believe the applicants have one as well, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Palmer, any questions for staff?
No question for staff.
I had a quick question on the impact on traffic. Could you just walk me through what the perceived impact is? Sorry.
Sure. The applicants did provide a traffic study with this project. The traffic study does note that the intersection does get congested during peak hours. The traffic study did not say that the increase in traffic from this development would significantly lower the level of service for the intersection, and so the study did not recommend any traffic improvements to that intersection. And I believe our traffic engineer reviewed that and concurred with the decision.
Thanks. The other question I had, I'm not sure if you got the letter from the UVA Foundation, was on some kind of dimension discrepancy between a 10-foot and a 5-foot setback.
Right. I think that's in reference to the adjacent property, which is the barbecue place on 2119 Ivy Road. That was not looked at too closely, as that is not part of the PUD. And the applicants are requesting 0 setbacks along side and rear lot lines away from the street, which is in line with CX8 zoning. So we did not find an issue with that.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. I sent you an email earlier, a question asking about, in response to public comment, about left turn control. Can you share what you shared with me?
Yes. As I said, there was no recommended intersection improvements or changes as part of their traffic study, and the traffic engineer agreed with that, so we did not recommend a left turn lane at that intersection.
Is there any control over residents turning left out of the proposed development?
Not currently, I believe, no.
Thank you.
Great. Mrs. Tosenberg.
No questions.
Mr. Duranzio.
No questions.
Mrs. Schwartz.
No questions.
Right, the applicant, does the applicant have a presentation?
I think so.
But I forgot, I'm really not on my game today. Council, do you have any questions for staff?
For staff, I know you said that they explicitly justified the height with the future land use map and future zoning designation of CX8, and that they justified the 10-story height by the height bonus that's a part of that?
Correct.
Did they provide any justification for the fact that under, as we discussed at our meeting last night in terms of those calculations, I believe conservatively the payment in lieu fee would be around $10 million, and they're offering $2 million. Did they provide any justification for how this current project is meeting that height bonus, or did they just reference that that height bonus exists?
No, the first draft of this application that went for a review by the Planning Commission several months ago only included a 3412 commitment based on our current ordinance. We worked with them to include an ADU component that is currently in the draft proffer statement, but that was their commitment based on our feedback.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I realize this may not be a very popular objection, but I drive into work every day from 250 going, I guess that's east on Ivy, and then turn right on Alderman Road. And it's backed up every day from essentially the police station that's there, the new hospital, orthopedics hospital that's down there. And so I'm not wanting to opine on, where this project eventually goes in terms of whether it's suitable for other reasons, but it absolutely will make that area very difficult to traverse unless, I'm missing something here with the amount of parking. How many cars were they planning to have?
I think it's 160 spaces.
Yeah, so it's disappointing that the applicant, it doesn't sound like they've really put a lot of thought into the traffic patterns in that area. So anyway, that's my comment.
I have one question. What's planned for the formerly Wells Fargo Bank across the street, do you know?
I'm not aware of anything currently.
Okay, all I know is the bank closed, but I don't know what the plan is. Anybody know?
I am from the Lewis Mountain neighborhood. I had heard that there is a development proposal being, circulated on that, and there's raised a lot of concern about your transition step-down elements for that, because that would also be a CX8 development. There's a single-family property behind it. The owner of that property is very concerned about that, and I think the precedent that 2117 would create has to be thought about for the hybrid corridor as a whole.
Yeah.
We don't have an application in review for that site at this point.
I mean, it would seem reasonable that something like that would be proposed. It's kind of the thing these days. I will tell you that one of the basic concerns that I have about some of these proposals that we've been getting is that they seem to be sort of built to the margins as much as they can possibly be. And I wonder whether the consequence of that is that we end up losing the opportunity for some architecture as art rather than architecture as engineering. And I think I remember seeing someplace that there was some waiver of something that they were requesting, some dimensional waiver of some sort. Is that right?
I think there's
some overhang or something like that.
No, I think there's one or two standards that might differ from the proposed CX8 zoning. But as I said, this would be in an entrance corridor, so the final design of the building would have to go through the Planning Commission.
But we know that the entrance corridor is not supposed, the entrance corridor review is not supposed to be a review of the size of the project. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of trying to make it more palatable once the size has already been determined. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, so, man, when I heard that, my old transportation spider whiteys went off, and when they said after doing a traffic study, they determined that no improvements was needed. Is that, and so I just think that, first of all, it's like I want staff to really kind of take a look at that to make sure, because if, this goes forward, we're going to be getting complaints by everyone in the area about traffic being backed up, and it's like, it just doesn't make sense that doesn't, whether it's a turning lane, whether it's extending the turning lane, it's hard to believe it's no improvements, but so that's something that I would really be looking at, and as noted before, the $2 million, that, maybe 5 or 6 units. So if that's given to the Housing Affordability Fund, so I just think that that's really, really low. I think that both of those things is something I'm going to be really looking at. We've received a lot of comments on this to support this. A few saying we shouldn't, but the majority just, the emails that we received probably over the last 36 hours, it just seemed like it was like someone turned on the spigot and said, yeah. So it's been a lot of support for this project, but I've been on the other end of a planner before that when these things get approved, if we don't do our due diligence, the city and staff will get a lot of complaints later that, why didn't you consider this? Why didn't you take a look at this? And so I just want to make sure that, that's what I will be looking for, so.
I, like Mr. Pinkston, am very familiar of the traffic issue in that section of the city. And it's just a lot of traffic. And I think that we must do our due diligence and have an adequate traffic study done, because it's already abysmal. And if this should happen, it's going to get worse. And coming from another area where people complain about traffic, where there really is traffic, it's amazing to me what people say, oh, this is a lot of traffic. But it's just enough that the people in the surrounding areas and the community will complain.
All right, the applicant. Is the applicant in the room, and would they like to present?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Valerie Long with Williams Mullen. We're representing the applicant, RMD Properties. Joining me is Steve Buss, also representing the applicant as agent. We also have our civil engineer, and we do have our traffic engineer as well. We did, as I think you saw in the application package, we did conduct a traffic study. Ms. Creasy, I believe, do you have our slide presentation? Oh, thank you. Perfect. I'll go through this. Obviously, we're happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Next slide. I presume everyone is very familiar with the location, so we'll continue, but I wanted to have an image just in case. Go ahead, next slide. This is just a slightly closer image showing the location again. And obviously, its use right now very underutilized, particularly given its location. Next slide. As has been discussed, it is designating the comprehensive plan for urban mixed-use corridor, and the existing zoning is urban corridor. Next slide. We have a proposal, you've heard the details for the most part, but I just wanted to make sure you saw them here. It does include some non-residential space. We're proposing a cafe on the ground floor. We do have a maximum of 287 units proposed. It's most likely will be closer to the 230 range, but that will depend on the ultimate unit mix and size, the number of studios versus 3 4-bedroom units, for example. The actual top of the building is actually 114 feet. We are proposing some amenity space on the top, which I'll show you, which has an outdoor terrace, and it does include some indoor bathrooms. So I think if not for those bathrooms being technically habitable space, the upper elements, the elevator shafts and so forth, wouldn't count towards that additional space. But we felt like it was important to have restrooms for those who might be using the rooftop amenities. We are proposing additional streetscape enhancements, widening the sidewalk along Ivy Road, also implementing a planted buffer that is not there today, and a sidewalk along Copley along this segment where it's possible, as was discussed in your pre-meeting, it's not possible at this point, as far as we can tell, to build a sidewalk continuing towards the bridge across the railroad, but there were some comments about ways that perhaps there could be at least accommodated on the bridge a pedestrian area of some sort. But we also did attempt to, the design of the streetscape along Ivy in particular was designed to be consistent with the current proposal in the draft zoning ordinance. We're also proposing to have some more slides to show regarding like some additional bike ped improvements at that intersection. As discussed, we have a number of indoor long-term bike spaces, an indoor bike room for the tenants, as well as short-term bike spaces, bike racks out front in a couple of different locations, and spaces to accommodate 32 scooter spaces, which will probably be a mixture of indoor and outdoor. On-site car sharing opportunities and dedicated areas for car shares, as well as electric car chargers. Next slide, please. This is obviously an illustrative plan. We also, just this evening, received a copy of the letter that was referenced about the location of the Moe's Barbecue building in relation It may not be exactly rendered accurately. We were not aware of the issue, but I do want to just point out, the proposed building is planned to be 5 feet from the property line, not right on the property line, at least at the ground level at 5 feet. So we're happy to work with the Mo's owners and make sure that's corrected and accurately represented going forward. Next slide. This is just a little bit more detail. This was all in the plan set. There is a proposed amenity space with pool and courtyard on the second floor there in the middle, designed to break up the massing of the building. And again, you can see the rooftop amenity space with the patio and restrooms, and there's a walkway for the various stairs. Next slide. These are the various amenities that are proposed. As you can see, the green bicycle boxes, a new sidewalk, expanding an existing crosswalk. You know, it's important to, the university's doing a great job on their portion of Ivy with the new buildings and their very enhanced pedestrian areas themselves. So but the sidewalk there is kind of fading out of visibility. So we would expand and enhance the crosswalk and include the bike and scooter parking and the expanded sidewalk along Ivy. Next slide. We also just wanted to highlight, particularly in light of the comments about traffic, that there are a number of bus stops nearby, both UVA bus stops as well as the ones along Emmett Street are, my understanding is both UVA and CAT bus stops. So it looks like the closest one is, a block in either direction, either up Alderman or down Ivy. Next slide, please. It's just another rendering of the conceptual plan at the first level. Again, there's a number of parking spaces there. Several of them would be dedicated to the on-site retail space. And then the majority of the resident spaces would be on the lower level, which would have, you would access using that ramp down below. As you can see, the retail space there, cafe, obviously lobby and leasing, and then some back of house and mail delivery and things like that in that location. Next slide. And this is just a close-up of the amenity space again, in hopes that it's a little easier to see. Next slide. Like many projects like this, there will be a variety of amenities for the residents on site, as you can see there. Next slide. We also wanted to point out that the tax revenue from this site, again, it's very underutilized at the moment. You can see what was paid in taxes or what will be owed this year based on a conservative estimate of the investment that the applicant is proposing to make. We think it'll be about $900,000 a year at the current rate. Next slide. And we did make, as a reminder, I should have mentioned, we were here in June, I believe it was, for a work session, and we appreciated all the feedback that you provided. And the image on the left is the original rendering we showed you then. And on the right, you can see the changes and improvements that were made based on the feedback, including probably most significantly the first two levels, much more open, welcoming, opening the space up, I think will much support pedestrian engagement and activity along Ivy and Copley much better, and just seems to lighten it up a little bit too. Next slide. We also show that same change in connection with the sidewalk. On the left side is what we showed you and I in June along Ivy Road, and you can see really the only change is that on the right-hand side, the second level there being up and open more, and then you can see in the blue rectangle on the far side, that's an amenity space that now will have some translucency or transparency from the street, which we think will support that further. And of course, you can see in these images the existing bike lane that would be enhanced and the new proposed planting zone that is not there now. Right now, you have a sidewalk right next to the travel lane. Next slide. As you can imagine, we looked very closely at the university's Emmett Street Ivy plan. They've done such a good job with their design, and so we wanted to kind of demonstrate how this could fit in with their plan and how in the context, obviously the patterns of development are changing fairly rapidly along that corridor. We think, I know Many people will disagree, but we think this can fit in very well with what the university is proposing as well, and what they've already built, as well as what could be proposed for other areas immediately adjacent, both under the existing zoning as well as under the proposed draft zoning. Next slide. And again, we wanted to be able to demonstrate, knowing that it would be very important to everyone, the context of how the project would relate to the existing and proposed buildings along Emmett Ivy and the patterns of change and development that are occurring. Again, we think it fits in. There's a lot of change occurring, lots more to come. Thank you. Next slide. We have some additional renderings. These are all in our plan sets, so they'll hopefully look familiar to you. This is one from sort of further to the west on Ivy Road. Next slide. Again, looking there from the Ivy Square Shopping Center there on your left. Again, looking east. Next slide, please. And this just moves a little bit closer towards the project site, still looking in the same direction. Next slide. Obviously getting a little bit closer, you can see the Foods of All Nations and the Moe's Barbecue in the sort of foreground there, and the, I guess, formerly Wells Fargo building there in the right on the corner. And then some of the university buildings, their massing shown a little bit there, potential massing. Next slide. This next image is a view from Alderman Road. We wanted to address concerns we heard from the neighboring community about the height of the building as viewed from their neighborhood as well. Next slide. There's a rendering there. It's taken just a little bit past the church and the little parking lot that they have there. Next slide. And again, conceptual renderings from Copley Road. You obviously see where the garage is. There's also behind this sort of glass there is where the indoor bike storage room would be located, as well as some bike racks for bicycles and scooters. And again, some of those scooters will be inside as well, and you can see the amenity space or the void where the pool and terrace are located above. Next slide. It's that same image, just looking at it from sort of the opposite direction. Next slide. And again, a bit of a close-up trying to show a little better how that space can really be programmed and activated far better than it is now as a bank that does not get a lot of street activity given its use, particularly on the weekends with it being closed much of the time. We think this will be a big improvement over that. Obviously provide some nice cafe space for those who are coming and going, whether they're residents of the building, local residents, neighbors, other employees at the university, people coming and going for events at JPJ or the football stadium. It'll be a nice place to stop and a nice amenity to support. Next slide. And again, just a similar location to provide an idea of the streetscape envisioned. You can see the bike racks on the far right, and then some on the far left as well. Cafe seating is envisioned outside. Next slide. Again, we want to talk about a little bit about the height. We know this is an issue that there's a lot of interest in. It is proposed to be 10 stories, 114 feet to the roof, but then there's the additional sort of rooftop space is about 12 to 16 feet for the elevator, the stairs, and the restrooms. That technically, because the restrooms are enclosed and habitable space, they do count towards building height. It's only all of those additional things on the roof are about 4.5% of that total roof area. Again, we did feel like it was much more important to have restrooms available for those using the rooftop amenity space than to not have that count against the height, frankly. But you can see the top of the building is proposed to be 114 feet. Next slide. And these are just obviously additional elevations. This one from Copley Road, which hopefully helps show that better. And then the next slide is questions and comments. I will add just a couple of quick comments and happy, obviously, to answer questions. We certainly have heard a lot about the concerns about traffic and congestion. We certainly understand that. We nevertheless, our traffic study was, it went through several rounds of review with the city staff. We think it's a valid study. We've worked very hard on it. Because of the nature of this use, the location, obviously in such close proximity to the university and many amenities and destinations, particularly with all the new development that's happening just down the block on Ivy. You know, this will be the perfect location for future School of Data Center students to live, or perhaps even employees. They'll be able to walk to so many destinations. There's also, of course, as I've mentioned, scooters and bike parking. We've really worked hard to accommodate and incorporate and commit to all of those multimodal transportation opportunities. There's obviously Uber and Lyft are accessible as needed. The transit service is all nearby. The developer feels very confident that this is a location that those students or tenants who want to be able to live without a car will be able to do so, that they will self-select to live at this project because it will be in such a good location and it will support their multimodal transportation lifestyle, if you will. So we're happy to discuss that more. We did provide as well a transportation demand management plan, and that has been reviewed by the staff as well. So we are happy to chat about that. Hopefully these students won't be contributing to the congestion at the peak hours as well. I think that's another important thing, that there certainly is congestion at the peak hour. Given that these are students, they're not going to be, certainly not more than a few contributing to the 8 a.m. Traffic congestion in that location. Again, we're happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
All right, well, let's begin with Bill. Mr. Palmer, any questions?
Sure. Questions?
Yes, questions.
Mixed use size on the first floor. I was curious, I should have looked a little closer at the report, but what was the square footage for the mixed use
space? We
space?
show about 1,700 square feet.
1,700, okay. And then move in west for the loading and service on Ivy Road. It's always seemed a little odd to me. I thought I saw on a site plan that there'd be like some sort of dumpster in the middle of that, but it looks, from what you just said, it sounded like maybe that's additional service vehicles would be able to pull in there too. So I just want some clarity on that.
I may let Steve Buss talk about that, and those are some of the site plan issues that haven't really been fully fleshed out. But I think the idea was to allow a trash truck to pull in, pick up the trash, and exit, and be out of the way of the traffic lanes on Ivy Road. But let me let Steve explain that a little bit better.
If you go back to the site plan in the presentation. Conceptual plan, I think, keep going. So while he's doing that, Steve Buss with Up Campus representing RMD Properties. Keep going, there you go. Flip that one. So you can see, the thinking on the site plan that we've worked through with numerous iterations with staff has been this, from a residential traffic perspective, the decision was made, let's take that off of Ivy and put the residential traffic onto, could you give the laser pointer? Sorry. And put the residential traffic onto Copley Road. And, because that's the longer side of the property. Sorry, it's not even, it's not showing on the screen. So anyway, and put the residential traffic at Copley because that's the longer side of the property. And I think the preference obviously is, given the proximity of the property to the intersection, not to do that on Ivy Road. Because then the retail and the desire to have the retail up on that corner, like any good retail or commercial should be, then you want the serviceability, and then you've got the elevator core for the residential also up towards the front where the lobby is, and so that's where the trash chutes come down, is by the elevator core. So then now you've got a trash and loading in gray that sits there. I think there was some commentary about some conflicts between that loading zone and the existing power poles. The intent is to actually underground the power poles in keeping with kind of some of the beautification efforts along Ivy Road a little bit further to the east, and continue that power line undergrounding, along our section of Ivy Road. Does that answer the trash and loading question?
Yeah, I mean, and then there's the other side of that, which is the slash service that you show on there. Is the intent that, like, because there's going to be a lot of deliveries to this, you know, that many units, you know, Amazon, USPS, whatever. Is it intended that they would pull in there to deliver, or would they be using that bike lane essentially to stop on Ivy Road and
They
bring
can
their
pull
delivery
in there
in?
to deliver, and then, but I think what we'll also, they can also pull into the main residential garage. You'll see that we have a recessed gate, it says res parking gate. I can't, sorry that this isn't coming, there we go, right there. You can see the res parking gate kind of right in the middle of the garage, so that it allows both commercial traffic to come in, park, you know, pretty much all day long, except at night. We'll kind of close the outer part of the garage at after hours. And then that res parking gate, you know, can allow, you know, Amazon or whoever that more frequent, and they're coming in not with, they're not garbage truck size, they're just the vans.
Yeah,
Amazon
and I
vans.
think it'll have to be a learned behavior, because I think, you know, those guys are and women are so on a time
Yeah,
sensitive
but we
thing,
can-
so they would be more inclined to just stop in that bike lane and.
No, we
deliver.
direct them code them, so we actually have to, we have to do this
Fair
in other buildings and other locations, because you're correct, you know, students of this generation do get a lot of stuff, get a lot of packages. We have big package rooms in the buildings, so in this case, you know, I think one of the conditions we're fine with is requiring that, you know, package delivery, non-US mail, because, you know, sometimes they've got their requirements. Whereas the private companies, you know, we can direct them where to take the packages, so that could be, I'm fine with that being a condition.
Sorry, I don't want to take up too much time. I do have a couple more questions. In terms of the parking number 160, how did that kind of coalesce? Is that?
So we've got two levels of, you know, we've got two levels of parking here. We've got the at ground level, like you see here, and then one level down. So we've maximized it. We did not want to build like a podium where you've got 4 levels of parking above ground. It wasn't the way to activate it. We've got prior experience in Charlottesville. We worked on did the 1000 West Main project 10-something years ago. The parking ratio of the approved project then was around 20-something%. You know, we're around that ratio right now. We've seen parking ratios on urban campuses or campuses that have been urbanizing to be around in the 20%. A lot of Big Ten campuses are in the 20%. University of Maryland, which is very similar to this in terms of the demographics. We did the Maryland Book Exchange project, that was around 27%. So I think one of the key points that was made is that, you know, even, you know, students coming out of the dorms aren't all bringing cars, and so there are still, you know, there's a lot of students, you know, some students bring cars, absolutely. You know, we see it in, you know, you go to Alabama or you go somewhere, you know, south, and you'll see people like it's parking at 60-75%. That's the demand in those places, not in Virginia. And so we're, you know, catering to really like the, you know, kids who are, you know, used to it, and students and even non-students who don't necessarily need or want a car. It's a big component of budget. You know, it costs them $150, couple $100 a month for the space. It costs them $300 to operate the car. It costs mom and dad a lot of money to operate the car. So we like to provide alternatives with sites and projects that are located in close proximity where students don't need a car. They do not need it if they don't want it. Sure, there's some that are going to bring it, but this is an alternative to do that, and I think that's called sustainability.
Okay. And then final kind of question, then I'm sure others have plenty to ask. I was kind of curious about the pool location on that second floor, and the reason I ask is because some of the, you know, pushback on this project is about the height, and I know that pool kind of creates this cutout of the floor plate that maybe you could achieve your desired number of units to right now, or is that too, you know, the 600 beds or whatever, that if you didn't have such a cutout, maybe you could bring the height down a little bit, and so I just was curious, you know, if you thought about that, or if that pool location is, you know, kind of set for a reason in that.
I mean, I think if you go to, so overall on the massing, I think, you know, as Mr. O'Connell pointed out, is that, you know, the URB is a, you know, 80-foot height limit. The CX8 is an 8-story, 114, I think, feet, or with, you know, the bonus, and we can get into the the requirements around the bonuses, in probably the next discussion point here. 10 stories up to 142 feet, I believe, in the draft code. So can you go to the, I think it's one of the early, the next slide that shows there you go, that one. And so ultimately a building's got to provide, we have to provide some open space. So I think even in the current code and in the draft code, there's a certain amount of open space we have to provide. So the space that you see here outlined in yellow meets that open space requirement under the new code. And so you've got the one section in yellow that's on the roof, just, open space deck with fire pits and whatnot. That would be closed down after hours. And then you've got the pool courtyard on level 2, and at least, that faces south and east, so it'll get sunlight. And so that, ultimately, we did not want to create a donut. If we do a donut, every unit's got to have light and vent. So if we closed it off, we would be creating this donut. And so I think what we wanted to do was to create, the architect wanted to create kind of a view coming out of that corridor, looking then, looking down the greenway to the east.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Start off with a couple of easy questions. On the floor plan you were showing us before this, there was a crosswalk. Is that something you'd be installing that goes across Copley?
Yes, I believe we, indicate on the, if you can go to the, yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
And
the green area refuge, bike refuge boxes.
I had a question on the average cafe seating clearance. I know it says varies. What is that? And do you have any concerns on how tight that is? Like, what's an average?
Go to the cross section. If you can go to the cross section, I think it's after the building massing. So, there you go. So in the slide on the right, you'll see that the overall sidewalk width at the cafe is around 12 feet from, so you go from the back of curb, you've got that green zone, you've got a pedestrian sidewalk where the person's there around 7 feet, and then we have the cafe zone is about 5. The total's 12. So frankly, we probably don't even need 5 feet for that cafe zone. We're generally looking at just like a two top type tables.
It's wider now than it was.
So, yeah. And so this is the old on the left, the new is on the right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of the comment in the preliminary discussion back in July was that this felt heavy over the sidewalk on the left, and so we cut that out and opened it up. So just proportionately, that building looks better.
I agree, it does. I appreciate the recess, pulling that up to the 2 floors to help break up the scale at the pedestrian level and create some interest there. And parking and traffic-wise, this is more of a comment. Thanks for pointing out that it's student housing and it's not typically 9 to 5. Like, keep that in mind. My, I guess, harder question is on the cash and lieu. And doing some back of the napkin math real quick. Looking at the draft zoning ordinance and what we are hoping to get to, if we don't look at it considering the bonus, just at the 60%, looking at about 24 units, or at assuming you're proposing 242 based on the application, or 4.4 million or so in cash in lieu payments, and in this proposal you're providing 1.7. roughly double the current requirements. It's a difference of about 2.7 million. Could you speak to why there is that difference?
Well, I think it's important to point out that the proposal is two-pronged. So I guess maybe a little bit of personal and company background is that, we're probably one of the few people in the room who actually has built on-site units in other towns. So we've got a lot of experience, some experience doing affordable. In some places, they want the cash proffer, and other places prefer to actually build them. So we actually did complete a project recently where it required 8% at 60% AMI as part of a increase in height density and all that. that's why we've outlined, because the code is in flux, we've, outlined a two-prong approach to it. And, so it's just a matter of what's the preference of this commission and council on that.
But even with that two-prong approach, there's a big difference between if you choose the cash and blue option, matching up with what we're hoping to get. And
Yeah, the $10 million is a massive number and not feasible, I don't think, in any, reasonable thing, but I guess I'd have to see the underlying, there was some conversation, I understand, around 185,000 a unit, so I don't know. This is all very recent, so I think we're still trying to figure it out ourselves, so. Remember, this was submitted a month ago prior to these discussions that have been happening, I think, in the last week.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Hello. Left turns. I've got left turns on the mind. Historically, on this property, there's been some control about left turns. Left turns in general take longer, cause more queuing, cause more confusion, cause more danger, harder to see. Vehicles these days have more blind spots, so a left turn is a more dangerous movement. All of this to say, have you thought about controlling left turns?
Yeah, I think it's a fine point to do. So I think if we can go to probably the concept plan. Is it an earlier slide or go to the site plan, that same site plan that had the commercial on it. Sorry, I'm a little bit lost here. One more. There you go. I believe you're referring to kind of this turn here. We've got Clinton from our traffic engineer from Timmins here as well, and right now you can see the traffic would be a left. You can take a left turn into the garage. You can take a right turn into the garage, and then you can come out. So I believe you're referring to a left turn motion coming out, going left onto Copley. We would be fine restricting against the left turn because it is kind of a blind turn. So if that's not I think that's a okay recommendation. I don't know what traffic.
It would just direct more traffic to the intersection.
Yeah, don't we want people going up Copley to Massey and going to Barracks or whatever and not going on NIV?
If it's safe.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Scott Dunn with Timmins Group, the traffic engineer, to address your question. Thank you.
This has been an ongoing discussion with the city traffic engineer. There's been some concern with traffic entering off of Copley into the site by the left because of the traffic cues from the signal. We discussed doing a don't block the box option, putting some pavement markings down to preserve that open space there. But to the point you specifically brought up, it definitely is an issue. If you do get in the traffic, you're looking left, trying to look around 2 rows of traffic to continue, and same to your right. And again, if you did prohibit the left out of the site, which is the most dangerous movement, it would send additional vehicles down to the signalized intersection. Based on the distributions we discussed with this project, we've got about 20% of the overall traffic going there. So in the PM peak hour, it'd be an additional 15 to 20 vehicles that would go to that signalized intersection based on the distributions.
Left turn is the most dangerous.
Any project anywhere. So.
Thank you.
Well, while we're on the subject of left turns, I guess. So in your study, the queuing at the left turn from Copley onto Ivy was the main problem point for your part of that intersection, right? It seems like going up Copley, over the bridge. The bridge is a pretty large pavement area. Yes. Would you just extend that turn lane if necessary? And why didn't you propose that?
The existing southbound
turn bay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Really, the way the road curves now, there's not a lot of additional width to do anything. If you look on Copley Road, the opposite side of this project is the only sidewalk that exists out there, and that also carries over the bridge. Mm-hmm. So we don't have any room to widen, and if we extended that right turn lane that's heading southbound on Copley, mm-hmm. then it's going to back over into the through lane. That's just the point where we, have enough width to accommodate 2 side-by-side vehicles. It's really a function of the road as it exists today.
Okay.
Yeah.
The queuing was, in the proposed condition, didn't exceed any of that, right?
Yeah, there were a couple, overall, all the intersections we studied, there were 4 of them in the general area. Every intersection operated at a level of service C or better. Overall, there were a couple movements that had a level of service D, which is acceptable under general practice. The addition of site traffic didn't affect that. With respect to the operations on Copley itself, I want to say in the background conditions, the queues on Copley coming down to the intersection were maybe 370 feet, and then with the addition of site-generated traffic, it went to almost 400. So a difference of 20 to 30 feet and additional, couple cars in that queue, what we saw in the PNP. Yep.
All right, then I had some questions about your bike markings. Is that you were? I guess they just seemed a little bit, well, I don't know. Are they just conceptual, yes, we're going to lay down some bike paint, or are those sort of what you're committing to exactly? I guess
within the building you're talking about?
No, along Ivy, the paint you're.
These would be, those, I think are those bike racks, I think, Clint? Yes. On Ivy?
Referring to the green.
The green paint. Yep.
Well, it's similar to, I'm sorry, the green paint in there's an aerial in your packages. It's not in here. It's actually shown on like the 3rd slide. If you could go further, there you go. So,
yeah.
Look there. There we go. Back down. There you go. One more. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, basically, green bicycle boxes, you see them around campus, very common.
Yeah.
So it's basically area of refuge.
Yeah, so, often you also see, green boxes like in front of your left turn, for example. There are a few other places I would point out where green paint would help, a dashed line in front of your loading dock, for example. I guess, would you just commit to sitting down with our city traffic engineer and traffic planner, transportation planner, and kind of putting that paint anywhere that works? It's pretty cheap, obviously.
Yeah. We've been working.
Okay, great.
Yeah, absolutely continue.
And then, a couple other potential big improvements you can make for bikes that would be a bit more of a commitment, but, you're going to have a lot of bicyclists in your project. One would be potentially taking your kind of sidewalk area along Copley Road and turning that into more of a shared use path to get bikes coming southbound off Copley off of the street, and then bringing them up to the intersection off street into, what ideally, if you really wanted to get crazy, would be something like a 2-stage protected intersection. That's going to be, more expensive and not exactly your responsibility. It should be the city's, but it's going to be some years before we get around to doing something like that.
I think that those lanes, I guess, Scott, those lanes are pretty wide. This lane, it's got a wide curve.
On Copley?
On Copley coming south.
Yeah, they're about 18 feet up before the turn bay starts.
If we just added a green box at the front of that, it'd be kind of weird to bring bike traffic, suck it into the site where we really want pedestrians.
I think to your point, you could obviously, we can work with Brennan on seeing what's the best option for a multi-use path to the side versus what we can do to restripe those width-wise. Obviously, you could integrate some green paint depending on the pavement markings there. Have some bike boxes as you approach Copley to hold bikes there in that area to provide a refuge. But again, those are things we could easily work out. And to your point earlier, it's not a huge expense. It's a pavement marking exercise.
Yeah, these are site plan problems and not conditions or anything. I'm thinking I think bike boxes would help a lot.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like the Oakhurst sort of intersection bypass at JPA, something like that.
Yeah, and what we're trying to be cognizant of here is obviously we want to make every accommodation we can for bikes and pedestrians, but we've also realizing that there's a pretty heavy traffic flow through there, so trying to balance the needs of all the users. And, you know, again, as everybody's mentioned, there are a lot of cars on Ivy Road, so we are somewhat limited to what we can do with respect to the overall intersection.
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. All right, thanks.
So I won't retread anything that my colleagues have covered, except going back to Commissioner Habab's comments about the fee in lieu. And there's been a lot of talk about the fee in lieu and the size of the fee in lieu and the changing formulae and the new and the old. And and Commissioner Habab and I both sort of had this view at the prior presentation here, that it seems that we're trying to, cherry pick isn't the right word, but so if we're making reference to the new proposed zoning at, this is 8 floors with a possible bonus to 10 for affordable housing. However, the bonus to 10 is contingent on 50%, not 60%, for the height. So what I'm looking at here is that if we are going to look at this height and we are referencing this new, and you are referencing this new zoning as a, you know, I have heartburn about sort of the exploitation of the most advantageous policies on both, which sort of waters us down a little bit. You know, I mean, I would say, well, if we're going to, if your view on this is that we're looking at the 10-story bonus height, and we're doing for affordable housing, you know, we can't bonus that with, we can't bonus the height with money. So it would seem to me that conforming to the intent of the new, if you're going to be riding that horse, would be at 50, not 60. That sounds a little muddled, but I'm just trying to get at sort of a sense of equity for what we're doing here. And again, I mean, I'm not as concerned with, and overall, I'm not as concerned with height as a lot of other folks are, but that it just sort of, if we're going to be arguing that we're getting the 2 bonus height for affordable housing, then you need the affordable housing to get the height, in my view.
Just the formula we've seen be successful, what's worked in places like Minneapolis has been like an 8 at 60. And so we, you know, the 60% is actually a pretty important limit. 80, I understand, doesn't address affordability.
Doesn't do anything.
But 50, what happens at 50 is you start cutting into, you know, you're essentially you can't even almost cover variable costs, much less the fixed costs of the affordable units. So we've studied this ad absurdum as developers and whatnot, and to, you know, I think that's why we structured the proffer to be something that was a, you know, above like an 8 at 60 to go to 10 at 60. Just getting to the 50 is tough. So I think that's why we, you know, expressed an earnest, you know, option in the proffer to do them either on site at what we stipulated, or, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I'm unsurprised to learn that managing the financing and dollars of affordable housing isn't easy. You know, that's not new information.
Well, right. There was, I mean, some other, you know, I think there's some other updates and inputs I would recommend on some of the studies that were done. I think the study was very well organized, but I think some of the inputs were, you know, and that may be a different subject, frankly, you know, a subject for a different, but it's germane, I think, because you're bringing it up. But I think you know, again, that's why there's kind of 2 alternatives, and I think we're comfortable doing one of the 2. And I think we'll, you know, again, we can discuss adjustments to the cash proffer. We were just operating under with a formula that we knew as of a month ago, not the formulas I think that I've seen coming out in the last couple of days. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've had, yeah, well, I mean, it's not official, but we've had sort of draft figures available as well, but it's the foundation on the prior one. Again, it's the conflation of the 2. It is what it is.
And it is possible to do in student housing, so don't think that it's not unmanageable. It is manageable, and there's specifics that we can, get into with staff to do it, but it is manageable within student housing. There's just some flexibility that we identified in the proffer statement to kind of comport these procedures with what we've seen work in other cities to do it for students. Students have needs just like anybody else. They're not up.
And I'm not asking you to sort of recalculate this on the fly at the podium, as entertaining as that might be, but okay. And I think that's all I've got since my colleagues covered some of the
George. All right. And we're still on just questions, right? Okay. Well, since I'm at the end, my stuff is really minor and kind of, just really minor. In the drawings, you've got a site wall that says site wall for discussion. Is that just your own internal notes, or is there something you actually wanted to discuss about that?
No, it was just in the back of the site, the topography drops off. I don't think we need this. We don't need the wall because the foundation walls themselves would suffice. It's just a matter of once you going to calculate the average grade elevation. Under prior code, you average things, so you can kind of see the average grade elevation is, that's what leads to that 130-foot tall determination at the penthouse. Again, the only reason that we ran that calculation to there is because we're including a bathroom, adjacent to the elevator core. If you measured the height to every elevator core in the city, every building in the city would be another 15, 16 feet taller. So the true measure, as we see it, is measured from Ivy Road, is that the height of this is about 114 feet. Okay. That's in keeping with the intent of CX8.
All right. It was the for discussion that it was written on there. I just want to make sure it weren't. And you've said, I believe you said that you're intending to move the power line, or bury the power lines. You're not going to move them across the street?
No, underground them.
Okay, good.
Unless VEPCO somehow. Okay. But I don't see, the line continues to comes from the east, continues to the west, so I don't see.
Okay. Because we've gotten that a couple times where the lines just end up multiplying and getting moved right across the street, and that doesn't do anybody any good. Really minor question. You've got, it looks like 3 street trees showing up on your all of your architectural drawings. Your site plan shows 2, and then a whole bunch of utilities underground. And your property appears to be about 150 feet wide. So it would, is there room to kind of put those back?
I think Timmons has a more defined landscape plan. I don't know if it's I think it was part of the package, but not in the slideshow here.
Yeah, C005.
Yeah. So what's in C005?
Just 2 trees.
Would govern. I think it's just a limit as to what we can practically fit in the planters.
Okay.
As shown. We're, again, this is kind of like competing uses within limited frontage where you've got requirements for bike parking, short-term bike parking to meet the, intent of the new code, both along Ivy and then along, the public bike parking on Copley there. And then we also have the scooter parking. So, I think what's the total trees? 6 on the front.
Okay.
If I may, certainly at the site plan stage, we'll have to comply, but if there's room to add more trees and address all the other bike ped improvement situations, I'm sure they can.
Okay.
They'll try their best to squeeze one in.
You did answer my question, though, that the site plan is what's leading at the moment.
Right.
Okay. That's it. Told you they were small.
Sorry, a couple things I forgot because I was too busy with bike lanes. One on the proffer, for your on-site option, you talk about Pell Grants, and then you say, so your rent is 60% AMI, but then you have your Pell Grant, for your qualification for your tenant, Pell Grant recipient or 100% of AMI? At median, it says?
No, I think that's a misstatement. I don't.
Okay, it's supposed to be 60%.
Well,
of median.
It's Pell Grants. I think it's, well, let me double check the text, but
It's for the non-Pell Grant. Like if they're not a student, then
it should be, I'm not sure the exact section of the text you're referring to.
Here, let me find it and read it for you. In the staff report, it's qualifying tenants, page 18, under 4. Students who qualify for any level of federal Pell Grants shall be qualifying tenants. For all other tenants, those persons and households certified by the applicant to have combined adjusted annual income that does not exceed the applicable median family income for the applicable calendar year shall be qualified tenants.
I don't know if that's the staff report interpretation of what's in there.
It was the same text in your own proffer. I thought it was a typo, but.
So is that a confusion on
Yeah, we'll look
applicable
at it.
perhaps? The applicable number is 60?
60. It should be 60.
Yeah,
Should be
interesting.
60. I mean, the important
Applicable
part
median.
is that
People do say
the
that
rent
sometimes.
itself.
It's terrible.
The important part is that the rent itself, here, they're students, they're gonna be mostly, almost
gonna be-
always qualifying under the Pell Grant.
Okay.
Pell Grant's just a measure of family household wealth. They certify, like what they do in other municipalities where we've operated.
It was intended, your applicable is the important, that it depends on whether it's a one-person household, the size of the household. So that depends on household income, it's 60% of the household income. So it's not intended to say 100% of the income, it's 60% AMI for non-students.
Okay, but it's.
Take another look at it if needed.
Yeah,
but-
it says exceed the applicable median family income, so, yeah, you can fix that for the final one. And then, one more question for you. I thought that under the current code, you could have roof appurtenances enclosed up to 25%. Like, that's what level 10 at 323 is.
I thought so too, and.
Did we close that loophole
I-
or something?
Maybe I'm misreading it, but just as recently as yesterday, I looked at it again for this very reason. And my recollection is that it says it's, okay, if it's elevators, shafts, et cetera, mechanical type things, it does not count towards the roof. And then under that, there's a separate section of exemptions. And there is an exemption, but it specifically says non-habitable residential space. So to my interpretation, that means a restroom is habitable residential space. Now, I think the intent was to prevent actual residential units in the appurtenant space. But
Yeah.
obviously, we'd be thrilled if a restroom doesn't count, but that was our read conservatively. We're happy to chat more about that.
Kind of makes me wonder how those other buildings were built, but I guess it doesn't, it's semantic.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would make some people feel better if you changed it to say 114-foot height limit, but
Well,
you're proffering the general form of this development, right?
Yeah, and
So,
if the bathroom is non-habitable, I mean, it's occupiable, but not habitable.
What I thought,
Like, we're getting into,
right, maybe the way to go is to say, the building proper, for lack of a better term, the roof is 114, not including, 12 to 16 feet additional for restrooms and elevator shafts,
yeah.
essentially. We can do that.
All right, let's
Thanks.
give council a chance to ask questions.
Just as others have already covered, walk me through your thinking. Obviously, the draft inclusionary zoning policy has been around for over a year. Numbers in terms of payment in lieu equivalents have been available for a number of months. Obviously, this is a project justified under the CX8 zoning. What was your rationale in terms of how you ended up in what to proffer for affordability, and what were you basing that off of?
the proffer, I just understand, was what other projects have been doing, so.
Other projects under our current zoning or based on future zoning?
Well, I mean, we're operating in a kind of in a transitionary time, so I think that's the, that the understanding was like that, you've got this current code and you've got the current code and that the cash proffer for in the new code wasn't fully fleshed out. It was, I think a extremely large number on the order like $400,000 or $500,000 a unit or something for a cash proffer. Depending on the type of unit. So it was something that didn't even think reflected, economic reality to be able to have to pay $500,000 for a unit in cash proffer.
And
which is why we offered to actually put them in the building, put affordable units in the building.
And so you're basing, the justification for the project is the future zoning, particularly CX8. You're getting an application in a couple weeks before the new zoning would take effect. What is the rationale for pursuing a project justified under a future zoning right now?
Well, I think you want to go ahead. Yeah.
If I may, Councilor Payne, just for clarification, we did submit the application many, many months ago. We have been working on the application with city staff even longer, of course. There's a lot of work that went into the pre-planning and the pre-application meetings. Yeah, January at least. We recognize from the very beginning, we knew it would be a challenge given the timeline and overlap and transition period we were in. Unfortunately, the contract issues did not allow us to wait and see what happens with the zoning ordinance. We only had so long to, under the contract provisions and the study period, due diligence, et cetera. So what we did all along was obviously we looked at the comprehensive plan and tried to, as best we could, have the project comply with the draft zoning ordinance as it was evolving along the way. So that's why initially our application showed the comparison. Here's what you could do under the existing URB zoning. Here's what we propose. Here's what you could do under the draft zoning, in an attempt to demonstrate not so much justification, but as just showing efforts toward consistency and compliance with the direction the draft was going. Likewise, with affordable housing, we knew that was going to be in flux for some time. I know that obviously I was at the meeting last night where we all discussed some new ways to calculate the fee in lieu for student housing. We haven't seen those numbers yet, so we're anxious to see them. But without knowing where those figures will end up, when the ordinance will get adopted, we tried to propose what Steve and his team, based on other projects in other similar college towns, what's economically viable. They want to build the project. It has to be work. They know they need to make an appropriate affordable housing contribution if it is fee in lieu or it's units. But knowing where, what the comparison is challenging. And just from last night's discussion, I understand now that the reason the numbers in the draft ordinance felt so large and felt so unviable, we now understand is because the construction cost method of calculating the fee in lieu is not intended, frankly, to be a viable number. It's intended to be discouraging so that you get the units. So we're trying to work with the city and figure out what's the right number to reflect the commitment and role of the project, but in a way that's still viable, frankly. So.
I think going back to just our timeline, we started in January, and from January through April, worked within the, looking at this under the URB, and, you can go 8 stories, 80 feet, and with a limit of like 64 DU per acre. So, we didn't want to get into the games of like, hey, let's go do all 6-bedroom units or some crazy stuff like that. Let's actually build some real units. From our experience doing 1000 West Main way back when, the densities under West Main South, I think, were like 180 DU per acre, or might have been up to 240 DU per acre.
Let me just add clarification for the record. It was, when it was approved, it was called 1000 West Main. It's now the project that's called the Lark on West Main. It's it's behind the credit union building. But right, at the time, West Main Street, where that land was zoned, it was, the special use permit permitted up to 240 dwelling units per acre, ended up building less than that. But
and so working through from January until April, we were effectively working within a PUD that contemplated the new code. The new code is substantially a form-based code where you can take density and density doesn't really matter. What form is what everybody in the room here is paying attention to. and, density is a kind of a side construct, and that we're just working then within the form and with parking and other things that get to the livability. And so, I think you can see with the architecture and landscaping and the feel, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make the place livable and desirable, so that students don't keep pushing out into the neighborhoods. That's what's one of the biggest problems on a college campus, is students keep pushing out into neighborhoods.
Yes, I'm aware of all that, and I understand all of that, and I understand particularly in this location, with the adjacency to the university, as well as the fact that you're not directly abutting a neighborhood, as well as there's not a risk of economic displacement in terms of the amount of investment coming in. Understand all that. Understand the justification that is based on the future draft zoning and the future land use map. But the holdup I still have is, even under the most conservative assumptions, back of the envelope map, the contribution to affordable housing is underneath what that draft zoning would be, to the tune of several $1 million. And I have a lot of heartburn over a project that is pulling the things they like from the draft zoning, but not the things they don't like. And that underinvestment, under contribution to affordable housing is not trivial for the city. It has a direct impact on the ability for us to invest in significant affordable housing projects that we know are in the pipeline and coming, that aren't yet funded. So I'm not trying to be difficult for the sake of being difficult, but it's a major concern for me, and it does not seem appropriate for a project that is really justified under the draft zoning to not follow all the elements of it.
Can you help me, currently the number of units, your strategy now is to build units as opposed to do fee in lieu, or do I have that just backwards?
The proffer statement was two-pronged. It said, one, we pay the fee equal to 2 times the current amount, okay? The current ordinance. Or B, we do 10% of the units, 10% of the bedrooms at 60% of AMI. So substantially, the only difference between that Part B and the current code is 10 at 60 versus 10 at 50. And as I pointed out, the 10 at 50 is a very difficult threshold to reach.
Right. So you're willing to do...
Without subsidy. In Pittsburgh, for instance, they have a 10 or 15-year subsidy to go to 50%. Tax subsidy, tax payment.
But to be clear, you're willing to do either 10% at 60% AMI or this cash?
That's correct.
And sorry, so you're strictly talking about your evaluation of building those units on site at 50% AMI, or did you also look at the calculation for payment in lieu fee at 50% AMI?
Former.
Okay, thank you.
Former, yeah.
Quick question, just to jump in on the same topic. What is the term of affordability? How long are those units?
25.
It's similar to, Minneapolis, Seattle, other Pittsburgh. It's not something in perpetuity.
And if someone could throw me a lifeline here, is 10% the rules that we'll be going with the new draft to get the bonus density, bonus height?
Yes, but 50% AMI, and all of that could also be the calculation of payment in lieu instead. And then if it's built directly, the period of affordability is 99 years.
Right, but if we actually get units built, that's better than, all things considered, than the fee in lieu.
If they're at the correct AMI for 99 years.
So, I'm concerned about a number of things. The first is that we can reasonably anticipate that the Wells Fargo property is going to come in with some sort of a similar sort of a project, and we can reasonably anticipate that the city is going to end up having to solve some sort of a traffic problem at that intersection that you all are only partly a cause of. And one of my concerns is whether, and this is actually just to touch on something we've been debating throughout the last couple of years as we've talked about the zoning ordinance. People have complained that we're launching these changes or proposing these changes without having done any study of challenges to our infrastructure. And my response generally has been that we don't, first of all, we're not required to do so legally. Some people think we are, they're wrong. But it's wise for us, particularly in an instance like this where we think we know what's likely to happen, it would be wise for us to figure out what an answer might be, and if it's going to end up being a problem for the city, for us to consider that at the same time. That doesn't directly affect whether you all build a tall building there, but it is something that we, the city, needs to think about. I will say that, and I've said this in other circles before, I am not a fan of what we've got now as a draft proposing CX-8 at the boundary line of virtually every entrance corridor to the city. It makes a mockery of the purpose of our having an entrance corridor ordinance, and it basically ends up saying the reason we're going to put tall buildings on the borders there is because we only have to worry about ticking off city residents on one side and not both sides. Basically what it feels like to me. I have a real problem with the notion of building up in this spot for exactly that reason. And I want to lay that out there. One question I've got about this picture in particular. I am concerned that people coming south towards the left on Copley, I mean, I've got the problem right now, even without the big building there, that I can't see the intersection until the last minute. I can't see the intersection until I get all the way around that curve, and at least one time I have been surprised by the amount of traffic backed up there, and fortunately I was paying attention, and fortunately I stopped in time. It's not a problem. I wonder whether it would involve cutting back on the size of your building a little bit, but if you kind of cut the curve a little bit, straighten that out a little bit, you improve the sight lines, and maybe somebody could see more than just 50 feet away from the intersection if they're about to run into somebody's rear end. That would mean that the building that's sort of to the right of the swimming pool area would have to be cut back a little bit, but I just wonder whether it's even possible.
I think you go to the site plan, the ground level plan. This is the upper level, so it doesn't reflect what would be the site distance coming towards that intersection. And I believe that actually the site from going out there today, and no, the site distance problem you're referring to is there's a guardrail. There's a guardrail that runs on the inside of that curve. As you come over the railroad bridge, on the inside of that curve, there's a guardrail that probably is visually there. So, I mean, to the extent that, there might need to be some type of flashing warning that the intersection's ahead, or, to something to that extent. If it's an existing problem today, we haven't necessarily created. I'm not sitting here trying to exacerbate it. Not here trying to exacerbate it, but.
Yeah.
Just for clarity, what you're seeing again is the upper floors, and doesn't reflect that the first two floors don't have as much overhang. So at vehicle or pedestrian level, I think it won't look as obstructive as perhaps this image would lead you to believe.
Go down one more slide. There you go. So there you can go back one more. There. So this is the ground floor. So you can see the building is at ground is, for the first 20 feet is pulled back significantly off that curve. So we're well behind the guardrail that is likely the thing that obstructed your view of the intersection.
Well, the other problem, of course, is you're coming from higher up. So something that is 20 feet up may still be an obstruction of your view. I don't know. I'd have to work out the geometry, but it's something that it concerns me a little bit. I'm not going to jump on the rest of of the discussion of what the proper amount would be for a payment, fee and payment in lieu of affordable housing units being built, I will note that whatever it is we end up with, I hope we end up with a number that is the same thing on Monday night as it is on Tuesday night. Well, last night we had certain numbers. Last night it was Monday night. If we're going to have the same numbers on Tuesday night, we have to decide we're going to apply either the $180,000 or the $335,000, and that it shouldn't be a matter of negotiation from project to project what that number is going to be. That's all.
Yeah, so I just appreciate the discussion about the transportation impacts that alleviate some of my concerns. I have been to follow up the touch base with Valerie or James on that. I support Michael's comments about the impact on housing affordability, and I think that the Planning Commission, I know we got some copies of some comments from the University of Virginia about some concerns. Some of them seem more, big issues than others. So I think that, at least somehow a response either from staff or from the applicant, just even if you don't have one, so that, I can factor that in when it comes to the council. That's all I have.
My concerns are Michael's concerns as well. I hear what you're saying about traffic. I get it. I hear what the mayor is saying about traffic. But remember, you're dealing with students. So they may not have cars, but they have scooters, and they jog, and they stay on their phones, and they're not looking where they're going. So, it may not be vehicular traffic. It may be pedestrian concerns that you need to be concerned about if you're not concerned about. And if you're not concerned about it, park your car and walk on the grounds of the University of Virginia and watch how the students walk and stay on their phones or use their bikes or their mopeds or their scooters or whatever. You need to be concerned about that, but I'm very concerned about what Councilman Payne has addressed with you.
All right, I think we're now ready to open it up for public comment. Ms. Creasy, would you moderate?
Sure. So this will be an opportunity for a public hearing. We'll take speakers in person as well as virtual. We'll begin with in person. If you're interested in speaking and you're virtual, please raise your hand in the application. If you're on a phone line, hit *9 and that will raise your hand so that we can have you queued for that opportunity. We'll start with our in-person audience and have this gentleman right here to start.
Thank you. I'm Anthony Artuso. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Lewis Mountain Neighborhood Association. As many of you know, the Neighborhood Association has written several letters about this project, also had started a petition. If city council members are keeping track of emails, we can do that, but over 215 people have signed the petition opposing the project as currently designed from the Lewis Mountain neighborhood. So there is substantial, almost universal opposition to the current design. The height, massing, and site design of the proposed PUD is entirely out of scale with the adjacent Lewis Mountain neighborhood, is not compatible with UVA's Ivy Corridor plan or other new developments along Ivy Road across the county line, and does not contribute to the quality of the Ivy Entrance Corridor, which provides entry to Charlottesville's most important cultural and historic landmarks. The proposed 217 PUD conflicts with several goals established for Charlottesville's newly approved comprehensive plan, including utilizing small area plans to guide growth and development in areas likely to be redeveloped. Clearly, the Ivy Corridor is an area likely to be redeveloped. There has been no small area planning there. It's clear that that's needed. Mayor Snook's comments about that intersection make that very clear. The comprehensive plan also requires coordinating actions of large institutions and city and county governments to support regional urban form, environmental and transportation goals. It's evident from UVA's letter that there has been no such coordination with respect to this project. Encouraging creative, context-sensitive planning and design. The only context-sensitive about this is that they know they're near the university and they want to cram as many students in there as they can. Ensuring compatibility with Charlottesville's entrance corridor design guidelines. Those guidelines specify that new development should be architecturally compatible with the historic landmarks, buildings, and structures to which these routes lead, and be compatible in massing, scale, materials, and colors with those structures that contribute to the overall character and quality of the corridor. UVA's Ivy Corridor Master Plan defines the overall character of that corridor. That's underway already. They spent years working on that. They collaborated with the community on that design and development. They've made it clear that this doesn't match that. That plan specifies four-story buildings along Ivy Road and 6 or 7-story buildings back from Ivy Road. The neighborhood would be happy to see a mixed-use development at 2117 Ivy that meets those guidelines. We're not opposed to mixed-use development. We welcome more residential housing development in the corridor. We think that would be positive. But this, as Mayor Snook has indicated, is simply cramming as much right into the boundaries of that site as can be possibly conceived. And the preferred ADU contribution is essentially selling birthright of the city for a bowl of porridge. $2 million would build about 4 affordable housing units in Charlottesville, 4 or 5. And for a structure that's 275 units or so.
We need you to begin wrapping up, please.
It's unfortunate. The developer had a half an hour to speak, at least. So I've made basic points. We're open to a development of that sort that meets those criteria that have been laid out, that meets the entrance guidelines criteria, that is in line with the UVA's design for that corridor.
Sure.
And we believe the city should start a small area plan to think about the overall development of the Ivy Corridor.
Thank you very much. We really need you to wrap up, please.
Can I speak?
Not
We'll give
yet.
you an opportunity after our next virtual speaker. Thank you. All right, our first virtual speaker is Ivo Romanesco. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you. I live at 920 Windsor Road. I've spoken in favor of urban development and infill development on many projects over the years. As I see it, the challenge that we face in the city is we have a fixed amount of land and we have a growing population, which means we have some choices. We either build up or we move out. And moving out means moving to the suburban areas. Now, the largest employer in the area is right here in this neighborhood. And so residents, as I see it, for this area will likely live here or they'll drive here. So we'll have traffic as long as we continue to have a lot of demand in this area. That demand is through employment. When I look to the east from this project, I see that there's a plan for intense development along Ivy Road. When I look to the west, I see sports complex. Sometimes at night you see the lights from the ball diamond or the soccer fields, and potential for future development. We don't know what that will look like yet. But nevertheless, building a lower project or a smaller project with only perhaps 3, 4, 5, 6 floors, I just don't see that that makes sense for the city. I think it would be an underdevelopment. I'm not aware of any project that was built that didn't have an adequate amount of density where floors were added to a building. So I don't think there's a cure after a project is completed. Let me give you an example. It may not be a great example, but I look back to 1800 Jefferson Park Avenue. It was built in 1966. It's 9 to 10 stories tall. I don't recall that it has caused damage to the neighborhood. I think, in fact, it's sort of going through a rebirth. It's been renovated. And so it's worked for a long time. And so I think that traffic, of course, is a major issue. And proper traffic controls and building units where people want to live and go to school, work, I think that's a wise choice. And affordable housing, I think, is always a challenge, but I see it as more of a supply and demand challenge. And so if you want to cure affordable housing, you increase the supply. I also think that if we are looking for a use at this site that is an urban style, that will serve perhaps 50, 60, 70 years, and if we're looking for a solution to affordable housing that is pretty predictable by increased supply, and if we want choice in housing style...
and wrapping up, please.
Okay, thank you. But at any rate, I think you will support this plan if you agree with these things that I've just articulated.
And thank you very much.
All right, our next in-person speaker.
Thank you. I've emailed this into both Planning Commission and City Council, but I'm going to read it for the general public. Hi, I'm Natalie Oshrin. I live at 531 Caroline. Hello, Planning Commission, City Council, and fellow residents. It is extremely important that housing like this Ivy project is approved in Charlottesville. The ultimate point is that we don't have enough homes for our residents, which drives up costs and drives people out. I was recently elected to City Council, and while I'm not yet sworn in, I hope that the numbers of voters who showed up to vote in support of my very pro-housing platform will have an impact here. People are ready for big steps like this apartment complex. There have been detractors within the city government, the public, and from UVA. They are worried this building is too much or too different, and I'd like to address those concerns. First, those who say it's too much are worried about the scale. We can't be afraid of height. Charlottesville is land constrained, and if UVA keeps buying land, the city will keep losing it and the tax revenue it could generate. We have to go up and be excited about it. There's no objective reason why a shorter entrance corridor to the city is better. It's just what we're used to here. A slow slide into less dense areas at the edge of town is how sprawl gets started. There are plenty of tall buildings in Charlottesville already, and tall buildings that are beautiful everywhere. We don't have to limit ourselves like this. A centrist compromise isn't based on the actual needs of the community. Reducing beds from, say, 600 to 400 based on gut feeling isn't founded in data. I'm sure if given a number of 900 units initially, they would feel more comfortable with 600 units just because it's fewer, not because it's necessarily better. A 10-story building is a significant benefit to the community in that it provides housing, which we desperately need. The facts point to this being a no-brainer. In the letter from UVA opposing this project, they say the building will be too different from the plans that they have for this area. They make the point that they have kept their height to 4 stories. That was in the Daily Progress article. While this may be true, it kind of doesn't matter. They missed the opportunity to build taller than 4 stories, and this is not their land. The point comes off as a petulant response. They are upset they didn't get the chance to nab the land first. But that's how it works sometimes, and we don't need to punish a group on UVA's behalf for aiming higher, especially when they are tried to provide housing. There have been some neighborhood complaints about renters which fail to recognize that 60% of the city are renters, and that doesn't mean they have any less buy-in to the community. People rent for all reasons, and around here, that includes the inability to afford purchasing homes of their own, as much as they may desperately want to. Renters are residents too. Increasing supply anywhere alleviates pressure somewhere else, so these 600 beds would free up space in other neighborhoods, increasing opportunities for others in those areas. Since this complex would be primarily for students, the location is perfect. It's close to amenities like school, grocery, Barracks Road, sports complexes, and it includes significant indoor protected bike storage, as well as scooter spaces and car share spaces that facilitate a reduction in car dependency that we need to reach our climate goals. Please approve rezoning this project to allow for the full 10 stories so we can begin to make progress in addressing our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we'll check with our virtual audience. I don't see any hands raised. If you are interested in speaking, please raise your hand in the application. All right, I'll move back to our in-person audience. Do we have any additional in-person speakers?
Did you want to speak?
I,
You'll have to come to the
Sorry. Well, good evening. I'm Alice Rauscher, architect for the University of Virginia. I realize time is limited, so I'll try to be as concise and clear and focus on a few points that the university hopes will contribute to the conversation and to your consideration of this PUD. First, UVA is not opposed to development on this property or the rights of developers to propose or build projects on properly zoned and approved sites. Just a block or so from this site, as you head east towards downtown, anyone can plainly see that UVA is not opposed to development. We have a few projects going on at the moment ourselves. So I'm not here to slam this project or to suggest that it's only okay for University of Virginia to be able to develop property along Ivy Road. Neither of those is an accurate description of our interest in this proposal or UVA's position in general. What we would ask the Planning Commission and the City Council to consider on this project is how the proposed structure fits in with the existing residential and commercial character of the area and the city's own established guidelines. For example, does the proposal meet the city's stated preferences and expectations spelled out in its entrance corridor design guidelines? Does a 10-story building fit in with the city's vision for the corridor as it relates to the scale of development or the character of the entire corridor as a whole? And would the PUD as proposed offer adequate pedestrian infrastructure on a commercial street as stipulated in the entrance corridor, or would development of this size create undue traffic pressures at an extremely busy intersection? These seem like reasonable and appropriate questions as it relates to this project. They are the same kinds of questions that the university, working with the city and the adjacent neighbors, was asked to consider on the Ivy Corridor projects. The Ivy Corridor designs reflect the city's entrance corridor guidelines for lower scale development, and in our case, 4 stories on the street edge. The taller buildings that are a maximum of 6 stories are set back on the property against the railroad. I would also like to restate UVA's commitment to being part of the solution for the affordable housing issues in our area, and we are doing so in the following ways. The university is very interested in eventually requiring all first and second year students to live in UVA housing on grounds. Right now, only first years are required to do so. If we can make this transition, it will reduce the demand from students on existing apartments and housing off grounds, potentially increasing the number of available rental units in the community. UVA is also committed to adding up to 1,500 new affordable housing units to the local market over the coming years by partnering with developers to build on land owned by UVA and the UVA Foundation, and this land is provided free of cost. This is real activity and real progress. UVA is proud and excited to be taking actual steps to be a part of the solution for our community. The university has been here for more than 200 years, and we hope to be here for another 200 or so. So we're committed to being a good neighbor and a good partner, and I hope you will receive my comments tonight regarding this PUD that is before you in that spirit as well. Thank you very much.
All right. To our virtual audience, I don't see any hands raised. Please do consider that if you are interested. Okay. In-person audience. Do we have any additional speakers? Sir, come on.
Hello, my name is Mo Vandersample. I'm a student at the university. I live at 608 Cabell. And I had a much larger speech prepared, but I kind of mostly now just want to focus on one thing, which is like the abject absurdity of UVA writing a letter in a proposal to this project. monopolist opposes competition. Yeah, obviously, of course they do. UVA is really counting on, let's all address the elephant in the room here. We know that if this project does not go through, UVA is going to buy this land, and best case scenario, they might build a dorm on it. More likely, we won't get any kind of housing on this situation whatsoever, which of course is worse. Yeah, I would really warn you that you only have so much land in your city. Virginia's state law does not allow Charlottesville to annex any further, and each plot of land that the university is able to buy is a plot of land that cannot be taxed, that you do not get any property taxes on. We have gotten some concerns raised over the difference between the proffer amounts based off of the current zoning code versus the new one, and I understand there's a differential there. I assure you that over the course of this building's lifetime, the property taxes that they will pay on it will more than make up for any proffers. I think that's just about it. Thank you very much.
All right, checking back in with our virtual audience. I don't see any hands raised, so I'll turn back to our in-person audience. Ma'am, would you like to?
I was not prepared to talk.
Okay.
But can I,
You can come up to the microphone just so we can record,
No,
so
you-
everyone can hear it.
I'll give her time to sum it up.
Oh, no, that's not an opportunity, sorry.
All right, Ms. Creasy, are there others?
Do we have any, yes, no one else in our virtual audience, anyone else in our in-person? Yes, sir.
Excuse me for having my phone go off earlier. Turned it down. Lots have been said about this. My name's George Snyder, live on Lewis Mountain Road, near this proposed development. I'm just going to ask that you deny the variance requests. These rules are in place for a reason, and this high, extra stories is not allowed in the zoning, I don't believe, unless unless it's paid for, which is apparently what they're trying to do. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I still don't see any hands in our virtual audience. Wanted to check in with our in-person audience to see. Sure.
I'm not prepared, but I also would like you to deny this. It was, I think, set for 8 stories. They wanted more, but now I don't understand all that's gone on, but it sounds like they want 2 extra floors, and they want to pay only $2 million. So they want extra, but then they don't want to give the amount of money that you should get for this building. And they will certainly be making a very good profit.
Thank you.
And I just think that the city should think about how livable, and it talks so much about wanting to be there for the economic and to help people who don't have the money do. I haven't thought it through. I just think that the city should care about how it looks and how it is for people to live there. And what I saw from that was a big square box with a lot of apartments, And you want to make an apartment, if you want to make an apartment or place that families want to go, this is just a dorm. I don't know why somebody's building a dorm. It doesn't help families at all.
Thank you.
All right, I haven't seen any more in our virtual audience. Do we have any additional speakers in our in-person audience? Yes, ma'am. Come forward, please.
My name is Christine Palazzolo. I live on Douglas Avenue in the city. I have done business with the bank that is currently on site, and I am really afraid of how it is designed to have the entrance and the exit to this huge development going off that road that goes over the hill towards the old U-Haul that comes into town, going the other way towards that huge intersection at Ivy Road. You have people go, the way you have designed this building, people are going to be going in and out of the building only off of Copley Road. People turning left will have to go across 2 lanes of traffic. You will have the intersections backing up because the left lane turners will not be able to cross the 2 lanes of traffic. I think the whole entrance and exit of this development needs to be looked at in real time, and then needs to be looked at with the projected volume of traffic. That is a dangerous curved bridge. If you have athletic events, if you have JPJ events, if you have football games, you are going to have a very dangerous situation that will be compounded by the only way in and out of this apartment building is on a very dangerous road that people have to turn left. I think you need to re-examine the entrance and the exit for this building. Thank you.
All right, no virtual speaker requests. Do we have any additional in-person speaker requests? All right, Chair, it looks like our speakers.
All right, with that, we will close the public comment session and begin our dialogue.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, just for the commissioners, just to ensure, there was a lot talked about the new zoning ordinance, the draft, right? Just reminding you, just as I did in the last meeting, that as you are deliberating whether to approve this PUD, you are approving it looking at the materials as presented, with the proffers as they exist, with the application materials as presented based upon the current zoning criteria for PUDs, not on the draft or any other hypotheticals.
Okay, thanks. And hopeful. All right, well, let's start talking about it. Bill, do you want to lead us off?
Sure.
What do you think of it?
What am I thinking? Well, I don't think it'll be any much different than what my comments were in June when we saw this project. It hasn't changed a whole lot other than a few form things. I mean, first, generally, I mean, these PUDs are always kind of a difficult thing for us to examine and comment. It feels like all or nothing, and I think that was coming out in some of the public comments, that this was like either you're for it or against it. And, you know, I think this project, like all projects, has some benefits for the community and also highlight some concerns for the community. And I'll just run through the ones that come to the top of my list real quickly. In terms of benefits, I mean, obviously the student housing close to grounds is a big benefit of this. You know, I don't think anybody would question that. I did appreciate in their presentation and their proposal the TDM strategies, especially for bike parking and then a little bit of car share. So that's to be commended, and scooter parking. And then, you know, I don't know how others feel about this, but the on-site affordability offered to students within their proffer is nice to see. I mean, I think sometimes students are kind of forgotten in that conversation about affordability. So whether they do in lieu or on-site, I know is still up for determination, but it's nice to see that it would be available for students. And then concerns, you know, I think number one, and probably that we've talked about the most, is the height and scale of this project. I mean, everything that I've seen in terms of the city planning, city plans for this area, UVA plans for this area, points to a maximum of 8 stories, and we're now at 10. So I think, you know, if it could be 8 stories, if they can accomplish their, you know, the number of units they want to get within 8 stories, I think that would go a long way, you know, towards this being a better project. And then second, I do continue to have those concerns with, you know, the traffic and such on the site. I know it's, you know, it's underparked, so it's not going to generate these huge numbers of cars, but just the nature of the site on that corner with those issues that people have highlighted on Copley Road and site, you know, I don't know where you put the entrance. This seems like the least bad place for it, but you know, that's going to continue to be a concern, I think, as for this project.
Okay, I'll put the proffer thing aside and circle back to that. Looking at the big picture, I do believe this is a good, efficient use of land and could be a catalyst for revitalization of the Ivy Corridor as a pedestrian hub, tying into the UVA expansion right next door. It's a great value to Ivy, and I am taking that into consideration. The recess at the first 2 levels I mentioned does a lot to break up the scale and help that pedestrian experience, and I appreciate the applicant's effort to bring that up into their revised design. The planted buffer is appreciated, but I was hoping for more trees there. On the traffic, I trust our city staff to figure that out. With the applicant, it is a tough site, but something will be built there, and whether it's a 10-story or 8-story project, I don't think that will have a big impact on whatever they do there. And some thoughts on height and massing. I initially was having some concerns driving in from Ivy, looking at that as an entrance into Charlottesville. You get hit with this big, massive wall. And until something gets built next door at Food of All Nations and Moe's Barbecue, it's going to stay that way. Not sure what a good solution would be at this time, but perhaps this is something we can address at ERB. It feels kind of subjective right now. So on the proffer, I had a question, if I may, to the applicant. I saw a 30% multiplier in the affordable housing statement. Is that is a 60% AMI with 30% multiplier on?
I believe that's referring to the back end. The multiplier isn't a multiplier. It's the back end. It's the cost of housing.
Okay.
30%,
So it is
30% of your gross income is the maximum you should expect.
Thank you. That explains a lot. On the proffer, against what I was just advised to do, I bring up the CX-8 only because it was referenced by the applicant in the application as justification. For the sake of this point, I will meet you at base CX-8, no bonus, at 114 feet, disregarding the 10 stories. In the base CX-8, our proposed requirement is 10% of units at 60% AMI for 99 years, or cash in lieu, equivalent to that amount. And this does not meet that. There's a big difference there. But one of the speakers does bring up a good point that I had not considered given the current circumstances of this project. And I was willing to take a hard stance on that proffer, but I have reconsidering. And instead of, you know, killing this project, I hope the applicant can work that out with City Council.
Oh, no. Many of my thoughts have been expressed. I appreciate that this is a difficult site, and I don't think we're going to get to perfect on it. The big ideas, I think, are right. I think the efforts by the applicant to both address the street but also make it comfortable for pedestrians I think are important and I think relatively successful, at least at this stage, and we have additional design review to go should this go forward. The region has a huge affordable housing problem. $2 million is a step in the right direction. A bigger step would be very welcome, of course. But that $2 million is exciting, and I'm hesitant to say no to that. The innovation of doing more to be creative with travel and parking demand, I think, is important and exciting. I think will build best practices in the region, which is, I think, important. Overall, relatively positive on this at this time.
Yeah, let's talk about traffic. I've been at the Orthopedic Center a fair bit lately, actually. I've seen the morning backups. VDOT says Ivy Road has 12,000 cars a day. And where's that traffic coming from? It's coming from people who are forced to drive into the city. People who are moving out to Crozet because we don't build homes in the city. It's not coming from people in apartments living along Ivy Road where they have a choice to walk or bike. The 38 trips at the peak hour that this building is putting onto Ivy Road is a tiny, tiny drop in the bucket. It's 12 trips in the AM hour. It has absolutely no effect on the Ivy Road traffic moving along Ivy Road. However, this is a project that follows absolute best practices for TDM. Between the parking ratio, the on-site bike parking, the bike storage, and the car share, there's a real opportunity here for the people who live in this development to not have to drive places. It's right next to a grocery store. And if we aren't going to allow people to live in places like that, or if we're just gonna lop units off by the dozen to say that this needs to be 20% smaller and then we'll be satisfied, we've gotten our piece removed from it, it's a mistake. For council to deny this project would be nothing less than climate arson. The project's a no-brainer. The scale is reasonable. Every plan for this corridor has said that the goal is to make it an activated pedestrian corridor that works for people walking along. That's what human scale is. And for years it's been a strip mall corridor, right? And this development, building up to the lot line, is with amenities for pedestrians, with transparency and activation. That's what makes a street human scale, comfortable to walk on. And I think, despite the height, which is, really not a huge factor in what makes a street pedestrian friendly, I think, the way that this building addresses the streetscape is a lot more human scale and more beneficial than even much of UVA's proposed development, especially what I've seen with the Karsh Institute. I think this project needs to be approved. I share some concerns about the proffer. I hope that the applicant revises it. That said, as the gentleman mentioned, the amount they're proffering is a couple of years of tax revenue here. And we're talking about hundreds of students out of other units. And I applaud UVA for their efforts on housing. If they build second-year dorms and don't just kick the upperclassmen out of the residential colleges, that will help. Combining new units for people to live in with new dorms at UVA to live in will help even more. In all, I recommend approval of the project.
So, to circle back to one of Commissioner Stolzenberg's points, if the students are here, if they're not going to live in this building, they're going to live somewhere else. This building, it would seem to me, would be, you know, if they're living somewhere else, well then they're going to use the infrastructure to move around city and county just the same as any other resident elsewhere would. Here, you do indeed self-select. I don't use my car but once or twice a month, or I don't have one. So although, you know, I mean, my views on traffic is that if you're starting out with traffic being lousy and developing there is going to make it lousier, well, I mean, then your answer is not to develop until somebody magically fixes the traffic. And that's not an answer. As to the proffer and its amount, yeah, sure, I'd like to see a fatter dollar, but frankly, I am very interested in building affordable units for students. We don't talk about this much even in our housing plan, but we have what I'm sure would be a shockingly high number of students who are on the verge of homelessness, and we are not without homeless students who are just sort of in couch surfing on steroids and trying to get by. So I think that we are addressing a housing issue here. As to the height issue, and I know City's Attorney's Office is going to wince, but if we're talking about 8 stories versus 10 stories, I don't see, for the most part, a qualitative difference, even if it's a quantitative one. So, in sum, I think I'm inclined to support this project.
Benefit of going last, well, almost last. I am so very strongly in support of this project. For points that my fellow commissioners have made, for the fact that the traffic is just going to get bad no matter what, whether this building comes in there or not. As Commissioner Stolzenberg has pointed out, people who use the corridors are not necessarily the people who live on the corridors. They're a corridor for a purpose, which is to shuttle people from further away into the city. I'm frustrated by this continued idea that height is bad, that we are trying to create a zoning code that mitigates height. Height and density, we should not be looking at those as bad things. Hopefully our zoning code is one that creates good height and good density. God, I've never been an eloquent speaker. I'm not going to be one tonight. Apologize. But I find that very frustrating. The idea that we can't have height on our entrance corridors because somehow it is, again, just a bad thing. The point of the entrance corridor is also that we get to review it. So we get to put an aesthetic review on any buildings that, any development that happens on our entrance corridors. To me, it makes sense that if we need to put people in locations where they are least likely to need a car, and we need to put as many people there as possible if we're going to benefit the rest of the city. This is one of those locations. It's just like the location on JPA, where there's not really there are not many better spots to put a lot of people. And this one would be a very potentially successful development in the sense that the people who live there very likely will not need to have cars. I'm just going to keep rambling. I'm strongly in support of this project. I apologize, guys. It's not happening tonight, but yeah.
Catch me from the chair.
Right. So, to begin with, it is my intent to vote in favor of the application and make a recommendation to ask council to approve it. But there are 2 points where I think we do not have consensus on this board. One, I do think this thing is the height is more than I like. And I would recommend to the applicant that they begin giving some thought to maybe reducing the height a bit before it goes to council, because I'm not sure I count 3 votes yet on the height of this building, so you got to give that some thought. The other piece that we don't have consensus on is putting affordable housing units in housing units that are dedicated to students. It doesn't do zip for the folks who work on the 0 level of the medical center. Because people who work on the 0 level of the medical center are not going to live at 2117 Ivy. But a payment in lieu of a project that goes into student housing does do something for the people who work on the 0 level of the medical center. So 2 points where we don't have consensus, payment in lieu versus on-site housing, affordable housing in student-oriented properties, and height are things that we don't have consensus on. But at the end of the day, it is my intent to support the application. Is there something else we'd like to do with this? Any more thoughts, any comments, motions?
I move to recommend that City Council should approve ZM 2300003 on the basis that approval of the proposed PUD development plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and will serve the public with necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice.
I'll second. I'll second.
Any further discussion? Ms. Creasy?
Mr. Solier?
Aye.
Mr. Duranzio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Aye. All right, we will recommend approval of the application to council. Ms. Creasy, is there any other business?
That is our last item scheduled for this evening.
Is there any other business the commission would like to discuss? Is there a motion? Mr. Duranzio, would you like to do your thing? Quickly.
Well,
and don't get us in trouble.
I will. So, 183 years ago this week, John Davis walked out of Pavilion 10 to silence some rowdy students and got shot and killed. Law professor there, and as we all know, that was the start of the honor code. As we all know, William Shatner said, "Beam me up, Scotty." As we all know, Humphrey Bogart said, "Play it again, Sam." All of that is untrue, absolutely. There was no connection between the shooting of Professor Davis and the honor code. I mentioned this as we adjourn just to keep in mind that we've had a lot of discourse here, and let's remember what we actually said, not what we thought somebody else said. And let's go home.
Is there a
second?
We are adjourned. Thank you.